We started the last week of August. Finished pretty much.
My wife ripping a big hockey house. I don't want another kid. Playing Clarkson.
Is the air on too? What's that? It's like, is the air
Scholarship
on?
screwed it up.
Oh, no. Now it'll be cold. I brought layers. Oh, my God. It'll be cold. All right. If we could reconvene our meeting to open session, the board has been in executive session since 6 o'clock to discuss personnel matter and 3 legal matters. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Introductions.
Dave Hurst.
John Walston.
Willow Bear, Catherine Nadeau,
Jody Monroe. Holly Dellenbaugh.
Meredith Moriarty.
Ewan McKnight.
Robert Tejan.
John McPhillips.
Do we have any PIG students here tonight? Welcome. Thanks for coming. Your obligation is to stay here until the meeting is over or 9 o'clock, whichever one comes first. If we get to 9 and we're not done, we'll take a break. And at that point, you guys should come up and sign out. There's sheets up here. Just make sure you sign out so that you get credit for being here. First, approval of minutes. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the minutes from the February 7th, 2024 regular board meeting.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries. Item 3, meeting reports. A, superintendent's report.
Sure, I have a few things. A couple things actually are in my State of the Schools tonight. I just wanted to remind parents of incoming K students that the registration deadline to ensure your child is in their home school is March 1st, so Friday. So just a reminder about that. Also, we did issue pre-K RFPs yet again this year. We sent them out several weeks ago. They're due March 15th. To date, we don't have any RFPs back, so we'll see how that goes. I also wanted to congratulate Faye Hugh. She's a graduating senior at the high school. She's been named a candidate in the 2024 U.S. Presidential Scholars Program. Approximately 5,000 candidates nationwide were selected from nearly 3.6 million students. Inclusion in the Presidential Scholars Program is one of the highest honors bestowed upon graduating high school seniors. They're based on superior academic and artistic achievements, leadership qualities, strong character, and involvement in the community and school activities. She's currently only one of 7 students in the Capital Region to be named a candidate, and the finalists will be announced in the spring. So she's the first U.S. Presidential Scholar candidate from Bethlehem since 2021. So we wish her good luck and congratulations. And finally, I just want to wish, we have several of our sports teams and individual sports going to either sectionals or states. Some of them are ongoing as we speak, and I'd like to wish them the best in their upcoming challenges. So that's my report.
With the kindergarten registration, have we reached out again to
Multiple
to the
times.
preschools and?
Yeah, we actually did end up getting quite a few more registrations over the last week, so
Okay.
they're up more in line with what the numbers we were expecting.
Okay,
So
great. Next up is the board report. I actually do not have anything, I think because of the vacation week and not a lot going on. So does anybody have anything else they'd like to share? Ewan?
Just congratulating the Empty Bowls folks. I know we talked about this, I think, maybe 2 meetings ago. They had a really successful soup fundraiser. They gave a check for $1,000 for the regional food bank, and then something going to give another $1,000 to another local food
Oh.
charity. So they had a really successful event. But thank you guys. I know several board members came. So it was a good time.
That's great.
I just wanted to make sure the board was aware an event in the community that we're working on planning, which is Bethlehem's first Pride Festival for this summer. They do an Albany Pride every year. This would be a Bethlehem Pride. No parade planned for this first annual event, but a festival with performances, vendors, and things like that. So I, as a community member, have reached out to the high school and middle schools, No Place for Hate groups, to see how we could involve potentially district students and staff in that event. And they're sort of talking about it amongst themselves, but I will keep you posted.
If you haven't already, I would also reach out to the high school GSA and the middle school, I think it's the Pride Club.
So they don't have a
Okay.
Pride Club, and it's actually not even No Place for Hate, it's Be the Change, maybe, I don't know,
Oh,
but it's all
oh,
the
right, I
groups.
saw they changed.
All the
Did they
groups
change it
with
at
the
middle
different
school? Middle
names.
school used to have it
Separate,
They used to have a
combined.
separate club. I don't
They
know
do
if that-
not.
Oh, they don't anymore, okay. I know there is one at the high school though.
Yes.
So I would recommend reaching out to them.
I think that was who I reached out to, and I just said the wrong thing. But
Right.
yes,
Oh.
they've all been,
All the groups.
the outreach has occurred.
Great. Anybody else? All right. Do we have anybody here from Student Senate? No. Anybody from the middle school?
Hi, my name is Maxine Lee. I'm in 8th grade Mohawk. And first off, we have our BCMS character shirts have been arrived and delivered. We want to thank all who ordered and supported it. We offer congratulations to all our winter sports athletes for successful seasons and great experiences, and we especially want to thank all of our coaches for their help, support, and hard work. Also, some important information for spring sports is that Family ID opens on February 25th. Our modified spring seasons start on March 25th, and in order for physicals to be valid for this spring, they have to be completed by March 1st of 2023. Parents who have questions can check in with our nursing staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are our presentations this evening. We have two, and the first is our State of the Schools address for 2024.
Okay, we'll begin starting with our agenda, our mission and core values. These are the things I'll highlight tonight. The strategic plan, our annual goals, how we're doing with our capital project, enrollment, and budget development. Our mission statement is obviously the mission of the Bethlehem School District is to educate and prepare all students to reach their potential, discover their purpose, and be engaged community members. And our goals that we develop every year are centered around that mission statement and our core values. Our core values of academics, character, community, and wellness. And we'll talk about the metrics that we have, that we measure annually. We have 23 metrics in academics, 3 in character, 5 under community, and 27 under wellness. Our annual goals, every year during our summer retreat, we look at our current year goals and what we want to do moving forward. And then we report on those. We have action plans during the course of the year, and then we work on those during the course of the year, and then we have our metrics to evaluate how we're doing in each of those. So for our first goal, cultivating culturally responsive faculty, staff, and administration, one of the areas of focus this year was to work on restorative practices, K-12, and to utilize the culturally responsive walkthroughs, which we have been working on, and to develop our equity teams at the building levels to support the district's efforts in equity, inclusion, and sense of belonging. In restorative practices, we've had several trainings. There's proactive restorative practices, which helps to create a positive school climate, and then responsive restorative practice, which are used when problems or conflicts arise. So we've been working with our staff to train everyone on what does that look like from a building-wide perspective, and then how do we work individually with students who are struggling or having conflicts potentially with other students or with staff. So this year, we've had 4 staff trainings in restorative practices. In Tier 1, in October, all of our K-5 faculty and administrators participated in restorative practice training on our conference day. We had select 6 through 12 faculty administrators who also participated in that one training. And then we had select faculty and administrators who agreed that they would be facilitators for this work, who went through what's called Tiers 2 through 4 training in the late fall and early winter. We've also, years ago, we actually did something called NCBI, and we brought that back, and we did 4 student and staff trainings. So 40 students were trained and 10 staff members in the initial training, which is building a caring school community. And of those trainings, 15 students and 10 staff members are now train the trainers with the goal of, they're all high school students, the goal of bringing in more students to that and eventually having middle school students trained in NCBI as well. This is just a picture of some of our trained peer mediators at the high school who went through that training. In regards to culturally responsive classrooms, what we did is we took the rubric that we have and aligned it to the observation rubric we use when we evaluate teachers. And from that, we provide feedback on how classrooms are either meeting those standards and being culturally responsive, or suggestions as to how they could become more culturally responsive. In our district level team, we have building level equity teams, as I mentioned. So we have representation from all buildings in our district level team. And those teams are the liaisons to work with our coordinator for school, inclusive school practices, as well as others. So our K-5 group, because the buildings are smaller, there's generally 1 to 2 representatives at each of those buildings who then are working together. So for example, at our last district equity team meeting, they talked about how to work with all of their staff at the buildings in defining what culture means. So they're kind of working collaboratively, where the middle and high school have larger groups just because of the size of the buildings. Our next goal, increasing academic rigor and accountability while also maximizing student social emotional growth and mental and physical health. You've heard a lot about our multi-tiered system of supports. Initially, this was a K-5 initiative, and we've since extended that to middle school. It looks a little different at each of those levels. Standard aligned curriculum with content area assessments, and we're also looking at new grading guidelines, which I'll talk about in just a minute. In grading for equity, we've had a grading committee. We actually started looking at grading before the pandemic, and that got delayed a little bit. It's to focus on grades 6 through 12. We have 24 administrators, supervisors, and teachers on this committee. We've had 5 meetings since September, and the goal is to improve our grading practices, that we have grades that are based on knowledge and skills, and grades that provide students with fair opportunities to also demonstrate what they have learned. This is simply an example of some of the discussions we've had. So at the top is the elementary school grading practices we currently use. There's a instructional rating scale, and they use 4, 3, 2, 1, or not assessed. And then there's an effort rating scale. At the middle school, one of the ideas that we've discussed is going to something similar to create more of a transition between elementary, middle, and high school, where there could be an achievement grade as well as a process grade, and that would be determined by the staff as to what processes would be reflected. Again, it doesn't have to be a letter grading system. It could be a numeric grading system as well, but this is just to show you some different options that we've talked about and have been brought back to the faculty at all the buildings. And the high school would be potentially a grading scale of 50 to 100. So you've still got the 10-point variations, and the process components would be part of that overall grade. So we still have some work to do. There was just a meeting today with the group to gather more feedback, and we'll provide more information as we kind of move forward with that process. There will be no changes for next school year, though. So it wouldn't be for 2 more years still, with whatever the changes are. You skipped a slide there. MTSS. Yeah. So going back and forth here. On the multi-tier system of supports, just a reminder, I know we've had several presentations about it. Tier 1 is essentially the core instruction for all learners. Tier 2 are for students who might need a little bit of extra support. And Tier 3 are for students who need a high level, sometimes a pull-out or individualized instructional plan. The next goal of increasing community engagement, we have been pretty successful with Parent Square. We have a lot of users on the system. We're doing more at the buildings. We're finding efficiencies we can use with Parent Square. We are hosting a community health and wellness fair, which I believe is scheduled for, I want to say June 1st. Is that the date? A Saturday? That will be open to the entire community, and obviously promoting our school activities and encouraging engagement. One of the other initiatives we implemented this year were our phone-free schools. And so currently we have K-5. There's been no devices. Middle school, there's not. So high school was the big shift this year. And it's been going quite well. I have a short video, which I'll show in just a second. I do want to note that when we implemented the Yonder program, our goal was to really increase student engagement. I know some people, and there are some schools who have implemented that because of discipline issues and concerns and safety concerns. Ours was really more about student well-being. However, I will say that we have seen a decrease in both in-school and out-of-school suspensions as a result of phone use. So our in-school and out-of-school suspension rates are actually less than half. We're halfway through the year, and they're down more than half. And we haven't had any incidences related to texting or social media use while at school. I'm not saying it's perfect and it's prevented all the problems, but it definitely has shown improvement. So the next slide actually is a short video of the Yonder program from some of our students and staff.
The most important thing that you learn in school is how to build relationships, how to communicate. And the most important thing that a school district can do is to build.
Technical difficulties.
To me, the most important thing that you learn in school is how to build relationships, how to communicate. And the most important thing that a school district can do is to build a sense of community. And I think the Yonder patches help to do both of those things.
My first thought when I heard about the Yonder patches, I didn't really agree. I feel like kids should have their phone because that's what we've been used to for the 12 years we've been in school. So I was very skeptical about it.
Obviously it was a more frustrating feeling, and you felt like your independence was getting taken away, and you felt like you didn't have as much power, I guess you could say.
I think a lot of people were shocked that we were going to do this, we were even thinking about it. This wasn't about discipline, it wasn't about us wanting to tell them what to do. It was more about their mental health, overall well-being. The social aspect of school, to me, personally, is just as important as the academic piece. And what we're noticing is the social aspect of school was being taken away because of the devices. We wanted to try to help have students understand balance, which is we all need that, the adults included. And we thought this would be a great opportunity.
You know, it was just breaking the habit or the compulsion to check their phone throughout the day, and I think it'd be hard for adults to do it as well, to put it away, this device that they used to have on them every waking hour. But the benefits of it are very obvious when you walk around the building and you see in the hallways they have their heads up, they're talking, they say hi to you.
Definitely, my mind has changed. I have noticed a lot more socialization between the students. Kids are focusing more on their academics during school. The hallways are louder, kids aren't with their heads down at the floor on their phone.
Peers have actually been talking a lot more. I can speak for myself. I've been communicating with a lot more people, and communication has gotten better. I feel like looking up and communicating with others and having conversations with peers can definitely help the culture of the school.
I've had the chance to get to know my students so much more, because if they're the first ones in the room, instead of looking down at their phone, they're actually engaging with me. I can talk to them about what they're doing on the weekend or after class. So it's just creating a lot more positive social climate.
I noticed that the hallways are full of talking and laughter, less distraction with phones in the classrooms. So overall, it's been a positive experience with the Yonder Pouches.
I just think it has and will continue to make for a better school community.
And just on to Parent Square, we have 846 faculty and staff currently enrolled, parents and guardians. We have just under 5,000. If you don't have to download the Parent Square app, but you can, and it works a little bit better. You get to decide what you want to receive more instantly than not. And if there's community members who, on the next slide, want to join a group, they're not a current staff member or parent, they still can join a community group, and there's a way to do that. So here's some instructions on that, or you can always reach out to us if you're having trouble logging on. We have tomorrow, so I just thought I'd highlight this. We're having a Unity Day. It's open to all of the staff, students here, parents, alumni, to wear your orange and support your BC Pride, hosted by Alana. So tomorrow is Thursday, February 29th, leap year, in case anyone forgot. And on to some of our academics. Some of this is redundant, a little bit redundant to what Dr. Hurst had presented in the academic update. But you can see the district continues to get high ratings across multiple areas in the state and nationwide. We have, we're number 66 of the best teachers in America out of 11,466 schools, and one of the best school districts in the nation, 243 out of 10,932. We also were ranked by U.S. News and World Report as the #1 school district, high school in the area, as well as high school in New York State and national rankings. And one of the things I think that is very impressive every year is the number of students we have who take AP courses. This you can see over time that we continue to have high levels of participation for students to take at least one AP exam during their high school career. And just to compare, even though we're smaller than many of these school districts, you can see our participation rate is very high, and next to that, our number of students who are actually scoring 3 or better on those exams is extremely high. So it's something that our students are taking advantage of and doing very well in. Safety is obviously something that we continue to be vigilant about. So I just want to remind everyone that we do have ongoing relationships with the Bethlehem Police Department and other first responders. Every year we usually meet with them in the summer to go over some of the drills that we have, some of our safety protocols, and reevaluate any things that are of concern and potentially change things if we need to. So that's an ongoing process that we have. This year, next slide please, we had the drones, if you remember, on our school properties, a couple of our school properties. The instructions that we've provided to staff based on guidance from local law enforcement is that we would bring students inside if there was a drone kind of hovering around the outside area and students were outside. We did file a complaint with the Federal Aviation Administration, and there was an introduction of a Senate bill to currently limit the use of drones on and around school property. And we do have a policy on drones, but our policy does not address what's allowed under the federal aviation requirements. And we did have conversations with the group, the CoStar group, which is the group that was using the drones, and they've agreed to notify us in the future of any drone use or aerial photography, and as well as the Bethlehem Police Department. So we think we've at least addressed that problem, hopefully. We also just recently had a registered sex offender on property. I'm sure people heard about that. This individual was not properly screened. They were hired by a subcontractor of a contractor to do cleaning. Once we were alerted, we worked with the Bethlehem Police Department. There was a full investigation, and we've changed some of our protocols, so all contractors will now be pre-screened for background checks. They'll also be screened using our Raptor system, and they'll all be done in one location. So there'll be oversight by Turner Construction as well as the general contractors to make sure that nothing like this were to happen again. And we also did terminate the contract with the group that allowed this to take place on our property. Moving on to the capital project, we have some pictures to show everyone of some of our progress. So we have a 2021 capital project, just over $40 million. You can see where we are with completion rate. We still have a decent amount of work to do. Some of it is still ongoing, and much of it will be done over the course of the summer and into next fall. The auditorium project was the project that was in the original bond proposal, and then we removed it because of inflationary cost, and that was included in a separate vote back in the fall that the voters approved. It was a $4.6 million project, and once the middle school performance was done of Shrek, it was closed, the seats came out, and here's a few pictures of what it looks like currently. So it will look vastly different come next December when it's anticipated to be completed. Some of our, just highlighting some of our projects for our elementary schools, you can see some of the things that have been completed already, as well as what's currently scheduled for 2024. As soon as that's available, we can have access to those. We'll start work in the spring, especially many of those are outdoor activities or are required to be done when students are not here in the buildings. To highlight Hamagrell and Slingerlands, here's where we are with that. Slingerlands had, both of these buildings had quite a bit of work done. Last year, if you went to Hamagrell, you saw the roof was done. In Slingerlands, the whole basement was being redone, and that's what it looks like now. If you were in Slingerlands in the basement, I'm not sure if you were, this is a vast improvement over what it looked like just a few months ago. And at the middle school, we've had a lot of work going on there. The Library Media Center, we have a few pictures for you. Not quite yet. Let's go back to, yeah. We've completed some of the tennis courts, the window balance, some of the new roofing. You can see, though, there's still a lot of work that's scheduled for this spring and over the summer, including the auditorium. The nice thing with the auditorium is that's being worked on now because it could be a space that's isolated. So now to the library pictures. And we actually have a board meeting in the spring in the middle school library, so you'll get to see it firsthand, but it's looking very nice. Here's some of the more focused pictures. You can see some of the new seating and tables, some of the softer seating and what the shelving looks like. And we did keep, obviously, that big window with the risers that were there as a space. That's a pretty popular place for people. And at the high school, again, we had a lot of work. The turf field, hopefully we'll have our ribbon cutting because we didn't get to it in the fall. Will be done in the spring. We had some refurbishments on the track that are completed. And then you can still see we have some work still to do, but not a ton of work at the high school. We have a lot more work in some of our other buildings to be done in the spring and over the summer. And this is a picture with a little snow, which I'm not sure we're going to see any more of the softball fences and dugouts and the turf field. And transportation, if you've seen all of the construction outside of that, that is some of the fuel pump and all of that. That is not completed yet. That will be a while. It's a big project. So you can see the security cameras and some of the technology are completed there. But much of the work at transportation is ongoing and will continue over the summer into the fall for completion. And here's some pictures of the steel, structural steel, in case you find that fascinating. And on to enrollment, which kind of is part of where we kick off our budget process. So looking at enrollment, we do have a contract with the Capital District Region Planning Commission. We've been working with them for about 10 years. Their data that they've provided has been really spot on for those number of years. So compared to 2006 and 7, which was when our peak enrollment, our enrollment has declined about 19%. And looking at our, we had 4,155 students from the current 4,091. We do expect, and this is kind of where the trends have gone, elementary saw it first, enrollment in grades 9 through 12 is expected to decline by another 8%, up through 2028-29. 6 through 8, it's expected to increase slightly, that it's probably at its lowest. And enrollment in grades K through 5 is expected to increase slightly by a little over 4%. Again, some of this is depending on housing and birth rates, but that's where the projections are currently. So this is the enrollment projections that they provide. You can see this is the 5-year projection enrollment. Again, this is fairly accurate. They've been, I mean, many years down to literally 1 student, which is impressive. And they look at birth data, and I don't think this is a surprise that birth data, district births, go hand in hand with enrollment, and obviously we're not the only district that is seeing the decline in birth rates overall. And looking at housing. So existing home sales have been down. There's been a slower market. However, building permits are now up. The town of Bethlehem did give 98 building permits, which has been the highest number since 2016. They're not all single-family homes. Obviously, there's apartments and condos and things such as that. The town of New Scotland granted 29, and that's the highest since 2007, and the moratorium has been lifted, so that could yield potentially new families moving into Bethlehem to increasing birth rates and potentially shifting that enrollment slightly. Just a reminder, I mentioned this in my superintendent's report, March 1st for kindergarten registration. We have seen a good uptick the last week or week and a half, so hopefully everyone has gotten the message March 1st. And not that they can't register after March 1st, but that's kind of helps us in making the sections that we need to and for staffing. And I mentioned also the pre-K, so the district does get money. We started receiving it a few years ago. We get an allocation, I should say. We don't actually get any money unless there's a program in place. So because we have no space, and this is what most of the districts have done who started receiving money about the same time, you can partner with local community agencies. The challenge is that the allocation per student is quite low for what the requirements are. So even though we've issued RFPs and we've had conversations with certain providers, we've been unable to get any providers to want to participate in this program, which, again, there's quite a few requirements as part of that program for the dollar amount they get. So we do have an RFP out currently. If we get any back, hopefully we will. They're due March 15th. That will help us. The process for pre-K, if we were to get a provider to partner with, is there's a lottery system that's in place, and you have to use a lottery system in order to select who's eligible to go to those particular programs. So we are making an effort. I also want to provide an update on Lab School, which I mentioned that I would provide that at the last meeting. So the process, one of the things that came up was who decides curriculum changes and when courses run or don't run. And we have a board policy, 4200, which says curriculum changes shall be approved by subject supervisors, principals, assistant superintendent, and the superintendent. Curriculum changes can include permanent deletion of a course, the creation of a new course or study, or the modification of existing programs. It's the responsibility of the principal, assistant superintendent to make any of those changes. And when it's defined as a curriculum change, the board will hear regular updates about those. And I just want to add that when there's permanent changes to courses long-term, that they're no longer included in the high school program, that then goes to Curriculum Council, which is comprised of the same representatives, teachers, principals, supervisors, and then ultimately it comes to the Board of Education, usually in November or December. The next, in regards to the review committee, on the agenda tonight, the board has to act on a resolution to expand the committee and set a time frame. This is the committee I already spoke about. It would be to a review committee to review the program and alternative cohort-based opportunities. The work would begin in the spring of 2024. The committee would provide periodic updates, and final recommendations would be made no later than the fall of 2025. Again, any of those changes or recommendations would be made by teachers, supervisor, counselors, administrators with input from students, parents, and alumni. Those final proposed changes would go to Curriculum Council and then ultimately to the Board of Education. And then one of the concerns that people shared were in regards to the grade 9 students. And when they were enrolled, they were told that enrollment, the program continuing was contingent on enrollment. However, we heard the concerns, so our counselors reached out to those current grade 9 students about continuing with lab school, and the two questions that they asked were, if the district were to consider allowing the 9th graders, do you want to continue in the program? And if so, would you be willing to do that with a threshold number of, I said, for example, 10? 5 of them said yes, they would commit to the lab school program with sufficient enrollment. 1 said yes, but didn't agree with the enrollment requirement. 1 said yes, but they might leave the district. And 4 of those students, or the parents, said no, they did not want to continue. 3 of them had said that they already were planning to not be enrolled in the program prior to the announcement of the change. The budget development, so this is going to kick off into John's presentation. I want to just highlight a few of the pieces. So obviously our goal is balancing the budget and making sure our expenses and revenue match. The BC budget history, here's a snapshot of what our average increase is year to year of 1.68%. Our budget history, you can see, has fluctuated, but one thing I think has been fairly in line with inflation, although in the last several years you'll see that inflation has gone up significantly, and the district has tried to keep the cost at a reasonable level, knowing that it has to go up somewhat with inflation, but trying to be conscious of the cost to taxpayers. Our tax levy history yields an increase of 1.45%, and we have been either at or below the tax cap for 10 years. And I just want to clarify, and I know John will probably talk about this more during some of his presentations, the difference between the tax levy, the tax rate, and the tax cap. Many people think there's a tax cap of 2%, and I think we know that that's not true. There's many factors that go into the tax cap. The levy is the amount that the district gets from taxpayers to balance the budget, and the tax rate is what's set, including the equalization rates, which isn't usually finalized until August sometime, July, August. And our BC voter turnout, we do have a relatively large group of people who come out to vote. You can see that in a couple years we have some significant increases. The one year we had the mail-only ballot, if you remember that. I remember we were all in the library counting paper ballots till late at night. And then the other year we had a lot of people running for the school board, and it was followed closely. So that was the reason, at least in the exit polls, why we had the higher turnout. And even though the numbers are lower, we always like to see people come out. If you compare our voter turnout to many other districts, even much larger areas, we have the highest voter turnout. So people are invested and come out to vote for our budgets. In regards to the value that families have, our school has roughly an expenditure of just under $19,000 per student. Albany County, you can see, is over $20,000, and comparably to New York State, we're significantly below the overall per pupil expenditure in the state. And our process begins tonight. We have our budget rollout. We'll be talking about technology, transportation, operations, and maintenance. Next week, we'll be talking about our curriculum, our instructional program, including student support services, as well as our athletics presentation. On March 20th, we'll be talking about the food service budget and decisions and budget adoption. The budget hearing will happen on May 8th. If there's a need for a Meet the Candidates night, that's scheduled for May 15th. And the budget vote date is May 21st. And I'd like to just conclude, I think most people have heard Nick Nealon, he passed away. He was a longstanding kind of person here at our board meetings. He did videography for the board meetings back when the videos were recorded and had to be formatted and uploaded to the website before we had this. So I just wanted to recognize Nick in all the service he provided, not only the district in general, but specifically the school board. So I'll take any questions people might have.
Thank you, Jody, for the tribute to Nick. I know he will be missed greatly in the arts community in particular, in the capital region. Is the library at the middle school open
No.
yet? No.
No, they're still fine tuning, they're still putting books on shelves and finishing things, but any day now.
Any day, okay. I was like, are they going to have a?
It's not, yeah,
do
it's
they
not
have a
really
date?
open yet.
Okay.
I'll hopefully get a specific date. Monday? Is that real date?
Monday's the real date? Okay, that's very exciting.
Okay.
All right. I know the kids will be very excited about that. I had a couple additional questions. With respect to the restorative practices, I was wondering whether you've noticed yet any sort of an impact on sort of discipline within the buildings? Like, is it making a difference?
So we've had some success stories and some maybe stories that didn't go so well. It's work. I can give you one specific example at an elementary school. I won't name the elementary school, but there was an issue at recess with some of the kids playing football and getting a little too rough and causing some problems, and they were having conflicts among themselves. So the principal used a restorative approach with those students, met with them a couple times, and they resolved their problems to the point that now there's another group at recess playing basketball who went to the principal and said, hey, can we do that group thing that you did with the football group? So that was a success story. Obviously, when you're doing a restorative approach, when there's conflict, you need both parties to really want to participate in that. What many of our teachers are finding helpful is doing it in the classroom, especially at the elementary level, because it's a natural kind of process, doing a circle and building that classroom community. And we actually have a good group at the middle school that I've met with who have been working with more staff on how does that look in the middle school, because they have a team-based approach. So it's been very well received. In fact, it was requested that we have additional training so we could get more people to be kind of facilitators in the building so that there's just more staff available to help. But it's been very successful.
And you mentioned the drone issue. I know there was at least one paraglider that we had
Yes,
over the high
that
school,
was recent.
an Eagle recently.
Yes.
I'm just, was that kind of a one-off, or?
It's so far, it's not really, we're not sure who or if it was just more recreational, but we need to get a little more information before we could address that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it would be worth
Yeah.
reaching out about the.
It hasn't happened during the school day.
Okay.
So it's been after school hours. Yeah.
But just thinking about the legislation that may or may not be in the
Correct.
works, if there's a way to write
Broaden
it
it.
more broadly to
Yeah.
include any object that
Flying?
is flying over a school,
Yeah.
human or not.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know there's always a lot of questions from the community about the pre-K RFP process, like
Yeah.
why we're not offering it when the state is
Right.
allocating money. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit more,
Sure.
in a little more detail about some of the barriers
Requirements?
to people.
Yeah.
signing
So,
up.
yeah, every district now gets an allocation that they can use for a certain amount of students. And then if you don't have space, which many districts don't or didn't because they just received money one year unexpectedly, you can partner with community agencies who are already approved by the Office of Children and Family Services. And so the RFP goes out to any of those providers who are already approved, and there's certain requirements. So for example, if you are a religious school, you can't provide religious instruction as part of the UPK grant money, so you have to agree not to do that. The challenge is that many of those providers also have staffing issues, and so, or space issues. So they already have families who have committed, are paying more money than what the allocation is that we would provide them. They have to offer a full-day program. There's teacher certification requirements as part of it, which they don't have to meet all those same requirements. There's a curriculum oversight piece, which the district has to do. And so I think many of the providers find it difficult to meet some of the requirements that is in the state requirements for being approved as a provider. And if they already have families who've committed for the money that they're getting, it's not worth it. Or I had one conversation with a provider who was interested at one point, wasn't sure about if they could do it. And then when I contacted her recently to let her know that the RFP was going out, she told me it was St. Rose closing. She was concerned about trying to extend the program more because many of the staff that they have or they hire are coming out of the St. Rose program. So I think that probably can be a factor. I think the requirements that are part of the process and the dollar amount for many providers is just not worth it. I know other districts, even if they have some universal pre-K, they might have 300 students they could actually provide for with that $5,400, but in fact, they might only have 30 slots that a private provider can offer. So most districts that money gets returned to the state, is what happens.
Thank you for elaborating. Yeah.
Yeah, so on that same topic, so let's put a real fine point on it. Why don't we just offer this? Why don't we just have UPK for 4-year-olds
Right.
at our elementary schools? Why don't we just make this work?
Because we don't have the space to do it. Yeah,
And we've looked at that?
we've looked at that.
Who else has questions? John, any questions?
What is the feedback been like regarding Parents Square?
It's been overall positive. I think there's a lot of pieces to Parent Square that we're still learning about. I know just today at a principals meeting, we were talking about some of the forms that are available that they're just kind of learning about. We're doing additional training. We have a conference day coming up in March, so we're doing additional training with the clerical staff because there's probably many features that we can utilize more. One of the concerns we've had is that because so many schools are utilizing Parent Square now, there were a couple times there were delays or messages not getting through. So we're working on making sure we have a backup in the event there's a real emergency, and let's say there's multiple users trying to get through notices, that we have a backup system for that. But overall, it's been pretty positive. There's some teachers who are doing tons of stuff with it, and they're kind of the leaders with technology anyhow, and some that are just still learning about it. But it's going well overall. Not that there's not some bumps in the road, for sure.
And is there a threshold in terms of participation that you have to get to?
For this year, we really were working with our tech coaches to train teachers, find out what's working, find out what works best for building use. I mean, Joelle's here, our communications person. Her and Jillian have been really the go-to for some of the glitches and questions. Eventually, once people are comfortable with it and we make sure we know kind of what's the best way to use it, one of the huge features in Parent Square is it has translation built right into the system. So if you're a family and parent who needs translated services, if you put the information right in there, they can set it up so it automatically translates for them. And there's lots of different, almost all of the languages that we have in the district are included in Parent Square. So that's an advantage that we've not been able to do in the past.
on Parent Square.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where there was some conversation about rolling this out to athletics as well, and I was wondering if if we've made any headway there. I mean,
some
full
of-
disclosure, I come with an agenda here. I'd love to streamline
The
our
messaging.
communications and make sure that we're moving sports teams away from WhatsApp, text groups, and informal
community groups.
communication, and getting into.
So a lot of our teachers are coaches, so they are that. The challenge is getting some of the people who are outside coaches, not our teachers, trained in that. But yes, that is something that we're working on.
Okay,
Yeah,
great. I would love to see continued progress.
yes, yep.
Will, would you, Catherine, you have a question?
Yeah, so I was, thank you for sharing the information about the phone-free schools, and I wanted to go back. There were a couple things that you said that I just want to ask clarifying questions on. So if I caught the stat correctly, and while acknowledging that discipline was not the driving reason behind this, right? There was a lot of reasons for the shift, but the couple of statistics you had were around discipline. You mentioned that both in-school and out-of-school suspension were down as a result. Could you just say that stat again for me? I'm sorry.
So, for example, our in-school suspension rates last year at the end of the year was at 90. It's currently, we've had 34 in-school suspensions.
Wow.
Out of school was last year at the end of the year at 58 and is currently at 22. And almost, I would say the majority of those incidences, and I see Jim Smith sitting on it, are all vaping.
Okay.
So we've had, in the past, we did have some issues where students would be texting each other and meet up in certain locations in the building, or texting each other and causing some conflict. So those kinds of things aren't happening as a result of the Yonder. Even though, again, that wasn't our premise for doing it, it's been a nice result from that.
And this is, you feel fairly confident that this is causation and not just, we're not just having a fantastic year?
It could be. It could be a fantastic year, but I mean, I guess time will tell, right,
Yeah,
over the
right.
course of the next couple of years.
Totally. No, that's really amazing, and it just jumped right out at me. Going back to grading for equity for a minute, you mentioned, could we go back to that slide? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned that, first of all, the timeline for rolling out more wide-scale, wide-ranging work around this. If I'm understanding correctly, you said the fall of '25?
Right.
Yeah?
That'd be yes.
And what does that mean, and what would that look like? Would that be district-wide, teachers adopting this framework? Would it mean, could you talk a bit about what that would mean?
So in the Grading for Equity Committee, there's representation from all the departments. And then there's administrators involved in the process as well. So they've been going back to their departments, both at the middle school and high school, to kind of share some of the research to talk about these specific examples and what does this look like. What do we mean when we talk about process versus product? How is that reflected in a grade? Looking at, does it make more sense? I mean, we could easily stay with a numeric grade, 50 to 100 in the middle school and high school and be a combined. But these are kind of some of the variations that we've been talking about in feedback that we're getting from the representatives from each of the groups. So there's some work that has to happen with changes. For example, if we're talking about more consistency in how grading is utilized, and you're talking about what does homework, how does that play a factor in grades? How much do test count? And that has to be more consistent by departments, not necessarily between departments. And what kind of common assessments do we have? What are the expectations for writing and things such as that? And how is that evaluated? So realistically, I think that would be the time frame that could be implemented, because there's a lot of other curricular work and assessment work that would need to happen. And making sure, and then there's also a board policy on grading that would need to be updated to reflect whatever those changes are.
And would this be part of conversations with, I'm just trying to understand like the bureaucratic layers and understand what, I mean, not for the sake of bureaucracy, but like what changes would we have to make? Would this be part of contract conversations with the teachers union
Well,
as well?
That's kind of part of the process of the committee.
Oh, okay.
And that's kind of the reason why we have representation from all the different departments across the middle and high school. So there's part of that process is already involved, so it's more of consensus building.
Got it.
And there's been some pretty challenging discussions about some of this, because there are variations from traditional grading practices that all of us went through, right? So I think that there have been really good discussions, and I think that we're in a pretty good place to actually move forward with what does this actually look like, and then what does every department need to do in order to kind of make these changes. And then obviously there's the board policy, and then the sharing out with, parents and students and things about any significant changes.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then I've got a couple questions around lab school, but I don't know if you want to.
Maybe, do you have anything, I know you have some more
Non-lab
questions, non-lab school
Yeah, I was
questions?
gonna ask the same thing, because it might make sense to have
Yeah.
a lab school discussion now for, other than that, Yonder. So that obviously happened before I came on the board just about, and I was pretty publicly skeptical about it. I was wrong, it seems to be working well. I gotta say that my own observations, the feedback I've had, it seems to have been pretty seamless, frankly. So
Yeah,
this
it's
is
been-
noting,
Yes.
nice job, that appears to have worked as far as I can tell. So
Yeah.
I'm glad to see it.
We're very happy with it.
Grading. I thought I'd heard there was going to be a move to letter grades in the high school. Is that off the table?
That's all part of this discussion. We've talked about letter grades. We've talked about 4-3-2-1. We've talked about the 50 to 100. So all of those, that's why I just showed a couple different examples. That middle school example could easily be high school or vice versa. So that's 50-100 essentially is a letter grade.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of similar. So it's just a matter of what we ultimately come up with. But that has been part of the discussion, yes.
In terms of trying to promote equity and maximum recognition there, is there a sense that any of these systems get seen externally as superior, as different? Is there a metric there we can look at? If you look at applying to college, does a college care whether you have a 3.9 versus a 96?
Yeah, we actually did a couple different times. We reached out to different colleges about different grading systems and does it make a difference to them. And we reached out to SUNY schools, we reached out to private schools and some of the Ivy League schools, and basically all of them said it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Every school, every state does grading very differently, and they all have some system in place that they kind of level the playing field. So for them, it doesn't make any difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
My other non-lab school question was, so voting. I like the turnout numbers. Any reason not to do mail-in voting every year? It seems like that's maximum accessibility, maximum turnout. Is there a downside?
I think it would be very difficult to manage. The voting machines make it much more manageable. I mean, literally counting all those paper ballots when we had probably 15 people in the library, manually counted them till 1, 2 in the morning, was quite the challenge. And when you're manually counting them, you can tend to have more errors than the machines.
I think it's worth discussing, because, I take the point on the extra work. If we get almost twice as many people willing to put in less effort to vote, it might be worthwhile. That's all the non-lab school stuff.
Okay, we can let Brittany think about that one. Catherine, you had another question.
Lab school related. Yeah, are we there?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Thank you. So, yeah, a number of questions on this topic. I mean, one of the things that we've said, the administration has said, is that this is a pause and
Correct.
not an
Not a
ending.
closure, right.
And one of the things that I've heard repeatedly from members of the community is concern that, in fact, this would be ending, that a pause is in fact an end to the program. And so I just wanted to have a little bit of a dialogue, if we could, about various components of the existing program and what would or would not be continued for the students in the program.
Yep.
So I was wondering, I mean, for starters, the things like field trips, would that be continuing for students while we're running this program?
Yes. And just to be clear, field trips have always been at the discretion of teachers, K-12. So whatever the lab school teachers want to do for field trips, they can do.
Okay, thank you. And then academic standards and holding to 85 threshold to participate in lab school, would that continue to be a threshold going forward?
That would not change, although I would say that that's not consistent currently. It's 80, yeah, it's not 85, it's
Okay.
80.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
that clarification.
Yep, but that would be unchanged.
We would stick with the 80
Yeah.
for for while we're, for this
Yep.
foreseeable future. And then, community service standards. I heard some community concerns that we were relaxing or taking away requirements for hours for community service of lab school students.
That's still part of the program, so there's no change in that.
There's no change.
Right.
How would cohorting work if we have a pause in the program without additional students coming in? Like how would that, sorry, let me rephrase that. Part of the experience of lab school and the bones of lab school have been work amongst the various levels. How has that, or how would we envision that if we are not continuing additional cohorts?
So for the next year, there would still be the juniors and the seniors, so they would still be able to work together, and the juniors are the largest group of students. And then, we have the time frame of potentially 2025. That's not to say there couldn't be something that we would do in the interim, but I think realistically, from a timing standpoint, and given when we're starting now, I don't think that would, I think that anything sooner than that is somewhat ambitious, but it's possible.
Sorry, I missed
So
something there. Anything sooner than that for what?
Then the fall of 2025, to come up with alternative
I see.
options, I think would be relatively ambitious, although not impossible.
Okay. And then, in the past, we've had students both come into the program from general population as years go on, as well as students going back to general population. Would we still be welcoming other students from, if somebody this coming year wanted to join in
Like the
lab?
junior, senior cohort, yeah. Although we don't have very many kids who come into the program, just because by the time they're in the high school program, the courses don't necessarily line up that well. So it's harder to do that. Not that it can't happen, but it's a little more challenging.
Sure. If you want to take a little bit that way.
Sure, please,
Other people
absolutely. I
ask some
didn't-
questions.
sorry. I'm sorry, I thought that was.
And I was laughing because general population makes it sound like they're.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's the wrong phrase. That was what came to mind. It was not, this is an art, not a science. And thank you.
I just made me laugh. One question I had that I know has come up is if you could speak to the thought process of why it makes sense to have the committee and not enroll a new freshman class at the same time? Like, why not run them at the same time?
Having been through the prior committee review, I was one of the people working on that, and having the program run simultaneously, I think that there were concerted efforts to make changes and be responsive to what we were hearing, but ultimately that really didn't address the longer term issues, which is kind of what we're seeing now. I think it's unfair to have current 8th graders. One, I don't think we would have the numbers, to be honest with you, based on the last few years. But I think it would be unfair to have 8th graders enrolling in a program that in a year or two from now could look vastly different, and I think needs to look vastly different than the current program with some of the parts of it that people value. It doesn't seem fair to say, oh, enroll in this program now, but in a year from now, 2 years, we're not going to know what this looked like. It could be totally something you do not want to be a part of. So I think that it would be unfair. I also believe that, as I said before, that you need to start out with a larger group of students, because you're always going to have kids who leave the program. And so when I spoke before in the past about, the recommendation from the onset of lab school, and which was reaffirmed in 2014's review committee, was that lab school should start every cohort as close to 30 kids as possible, and not that every course in the high school is at 30, but knowing that students will leave the program over the course of time, so you don't end up in a situation like we are now, where we have last year 8 kids, this year 13. So that's really why. I also, just from a logistical standpoint, one of the things that we've heard is that the 9th grade class, the issue was scheduling. And I just want to explain that 8th graders are making selections now for courses. If they were, let's say 15 students said, I'm interested in lab school, or 20 students, I'm interested in lab school, by the time you go through the scheduling process and have conflicts, all of those conflicts are not sorted out until early summer and into the summer. Jim Smith is the scheduling guru over there. And that's when guidance counselors contact students often, because they're here, about what the conflicts are and what's your priority. Do you want to take this or do you want to take this? Which is what happened with the freshman class, is do you want to be taking a project lead the way class, or do you want to be in lab school? And students have to make choices. That's the way the high school schedule works. We have to make staffing assignments in the spring. And so waiting until that point from a scheduling perspective, logistical, and making sure kids get in the classes they want, because if kids then think they're enrolling in lab school and then there's conflicts and we don't have enough students to run it, now all of a sudden they don't have any real options in their course selection. So from those pieces of it, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem fair to do that.
Can you explain a little bit more about the scheduling, like why there ends up being a problem?
Sure. So lab school is scheduled first. So lab school classes are set in certain periods. They've been for years. And when we actually did the review committee back in 2014, we looked at multiple versions of schedules and what does it look like with language in, with language out, with electives in certain classes. Lab school's never been scheduled period 1 because that's when ensemble groups are, and so we wanted to try and make that as available as possible. Then when lab school students are in these certain periods for their lab school classes. Then when they sign up for other alternatives for other electives, or computer science, technology, you name it, when the schedule is run, it's run with all the student requests. So to the point that lock specials in for lab school students, that's not really possible, because the scheduling system works where all students, it schedules to the maximum percentage of students able to get in those classes. So if 60 kids want studio and art, let's say, the system runs to fill as many students into that studio and art class as possible. So if you say studio and art can only be offered period 3 for lab school students, and you only have 2 students in lab school who want to take that, now you potentially have 40 other students who didn't get into studio and art. Years ago, when lab school first started, and for many years, all lab school students took an elective in lab school. So if you were in 9th grade, you took studio and art. That was the only option. If you were in 10th grade, you took FACS. That was the only option. And one of the pieces of feedback we heard through that review committee is they didn't want electives in lab school because it was too limiting. They didn't want language in lab school because it was too limiting. So those are some of the conversations that took place as part of that process. And I understand that. If you're not an art student, you don't want to necessarily take art. You want to take one of the other elective options. But that was how it started, and that was how electives were scheduled for years. And so 9th grade lab school, this is your elective, and you don't have any other options.
Bob, I think, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, the scheduling, I had some questions on, but I think you've addressed that pretty well. In terms of the interest going forward, you talked about the survey that was sent out to the 9th graders. And then you talked about the 8th grade class and about how, I think demographics you mentioned, and, or trends suggested something. So my takeaway from that is there was no specific survey done for interest in the 8th grade class, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any level of interest that could occur within the 8th grade class that would, cause some rethinking? Like if 50 kids all of a sudden jumped up and said...
I mean, I could reach out to the middle school guidance counselors to see if they had a lot of questions about it. That would be kind of an informal way to assess interest. I mean, I haven't, that would be probably the easiest way to find out if there's certain students who have expressed interest, but I haven't heard that from the middle school.
Fair enough. If there was that interest, I mean, is there any interest, I mean, is there any level that would be material to the decisions being made going forward in terms of whether, to keep it going?
Right now, I would still suggest that we take a pause and really look at the program in a more comprehensive way than, I think, as I said, I mean, I was part of that process years ago, and there's been program reviews since that time. So there was some changes made in 2020 or 21. There was summer curriculum work done last summer to look at options, and I feel like there needs to be some new ideas and brought in to look at really what are cohort options that students will want to enroll in and also want to remain in. So I wouldn't want to, I think it's better not to, because we don't really know what that's going to look like.
And then lastly, you talked about the grade point average that they're to maintain. It used to be 85, now it's 80.
Well, it was 80 for a while.
Okay.
Then through part of this review process, there was a couple things that came up where it wasn't being consistently implemented. And through that, we had a lot of discussions about the 80 versus 65. And essentially, 65 is passing in the high school. So students were still passing. And 80 kids were not necessarily being removed from lab school. So the question came up, or discussions came up about what's the real point in the 80. And so at that time, it was dropped from the program. And there was a lot of discussions, there was variations. Some people were very supportive of it. I remember there were several parents who were in favor of it because they felt like it was limiting certain students from being in lab school. There were other parents who were opposed to it because they felt that it held students to a higher standard. And then recently, this was one of the changes that the lab school teachers were trying to go back to see if it actually made a difference in the number of students wanting to come into lab school.
And so, did I just mishear? It was never 85?
It was never 85.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Willow, did you have a question?
Why don't we let others go?
Okay. You went.
It's going to take a while.
Well, you can ask one, and then we'll ping pong to somebody else.
All right. So, yeah, I had a whole presentation on this stuff. I apologize to you guys. It's apparently illegal for me to put this on the board without sufficient notice, so the slides I can't put up there for you to look at simultaneously. I'll try and do my best. A lot of you guys have heard me say this. I'm a data guy, so I tried to look at the hypothesis we were given from the point of view, if I were reviewing that, right, if I got sent a manuscript that said, here's my hypothesis, and here are the data I'm offering you, what would my conclusion as a reviewer be? So we were given this hypothesis, right? Lab school has become non-viable through an intrinsic loss of student interest, and we're given some data. And this is all slides taken from Jody's previous presentation, last meeting, discussing lab school in particular. So if you look at slide 4 of that, we were given a 15-year overview. And for you guys following along at home, that's slide 3 of the little sheet here, which presented a decline in lab school enrollment numbers. And if you look at that data and then you actually calculate the decline, a lot of this, and in fact, all of it turns out, is driven by 2023. 2023, and you'll see in many of the metrics, does look like a very poor year. We've heard some discussion as to whether there was a particular scheduling conflict. I found the input a moment ago really interesting in terms of how scheduling actually works. But if you take out 2023 and you look at the other trend over any period, in fact the decline is slightly lower than the decline in the total high school population. So if you take out 2023, back to 2008 or 2009, whichever one you pick, the decline in lab school is 19 or 20%, the decline in overall school total numbers is 20 or 21%. So there isn't a differential decline in lab school, it's just not there, right? Then if you look at the two slides we were given, it's slides 11 and 12 of that previous presentation. It's slide 5 now in this little packet. Jody presented numbers on total high school enrollment versus total lab school enrollment. One of the things that annoyed me with my review I had on was that they had different timescales. So we were given numbers for the total BCS from 2005, and then try to compare that to lab school from 2007, which honestly was the single high data point for the lab school. If you match the numbers up correctly time point to time point, you get a very different number. So rather than the 41% decline from lab school that was claimed, you'd actually get a 25% decrease for lab school and a 24% decrease for total high school numbers. Again, there just isn't a differential based on the actual data, right? Then if you look at the last 5 years, so 2020 through 2024, there's an increase. I made this point previously, but I went back and looked at that. There's an increase every year in terms of enrollment in the past 5 years. So looking at that would not support the hypothesis there's a loss of interest here. There were a couple of public comments that made really interesting and I thought insightful reanalyses, other ways to look at the data. I'm going to acknowledge, Dave Kaufer sitting right there is my next door neighbor, and one of these is from him. So he noted that if you want to look at recent years, the most representative is probably 2022. It's post-COVID. It didn't have what appears to be an outlier of 2023 in terms of scheduling enrollment. That would actually be the single highest percent of the 9th grade population in lab school since we have records. Since back to 2006, it would be the single highest enrollment. If you look at the number of enrolled 9th graders across lab school versus high school, we have consistently, and this is every year since 2007, a higher number of percentage-wise enrolled in the lab school. And the decline across that period has been 10% compared to a total decline of 17% in the high school population. So again, it's not that there's a loss of interest for the lab school. It's actually maintaining interest better than the total high school population. I want to thank community members who suggested some of those reanalyses. I really appreciate it. So you look at the last question then. You've got this hypothesis that there's an intrinsic loss of interest. The last thing you would do, again, you've got your review I had on, are there other potential confounds that might also be interfering with this data analysis? And the answer is probably yeah, right? There are possible scheduling issues. There's the change in things like taking foreign languages out of lab school. I appreciate the motivation, right? I appreciate the desire to be more flexible for those lab school students. Has that worked? Has it had the opposite effect? It's hard to do the experiment, but it's certainly a potential confound. We've got a reduction in field trips. We've got different perspectives, but I've heard consistently that there's been a lack of effective outreach to 8th graders. And I absolutely buy that there's been a serious level of attempts. There's been fancy flyers and so on. I've had many, we all have many emails and inputs saying we didn't have the assemblies, we haven't had the charismatic lab school students talking to our 8th graders. That's one possible confound. So yeah, if you're testing this hypothesis, my conclusion is, first of all, the data don't support it. The data that were offered as the basis for this conclusion do not in fact support the conclusion that was reached. And I would reject it. If I was to do a paper, I'd send it back and say, look, this doesn't match your conclusion. I want to be really clear, right? The fact that the hypothesis is not supported by the data doesn't necessarily mean the hypothesis is false. It could absolutely be true that there's an intrinsic loss of interest in the lab school. What it means is that hasn't been supported by the data we've been offered. The data we've been offered do not support that conclusion. You could not reach that conclusion from these data. It also means there are several alternative hypotheses that aren't excluded by the data we have available.
I know we do have some other questions, so I just want to bring you back around and see if you had a question for Jody.
A question for Jody? No, we're going to have a proposal in a minute. I'm going to move a modification to that. We can talk about that then.
That's a while.
Sure. So this is
a while from now.
This is not a question. This is in analyzing the lab school data.
Okay. All right. Catherine, did you have a question for Jody?
I've been holding a lot of space.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, but I was so caught up in what was being said that I wasn't thinking about my own question. I think.
If you need a minute, Meredith.
Yeah, I would like to pass. Yeah, please go ahead, Meredith.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I think I didn't think about that.
I do want to thank Ewan for putting the work into this. I've never seen this before, though. I understand you emailed it this afternoon, so the reason that we do want to have things ahead of time is so we can review them, because this is
Oh, sure.
brand new, and I don't really know how to respond to that. So I do have a question for Jody regarding data, though, and I don't think that we have seen this data point, and I apologize for not asking for it before, but my understanding is that we have a lottery, we've had a lottery, and in certain years, I know we've seen the figure somewhere, I said 2011 or something like that, where we had like 110 people on the
Right.
wait list.
Right.
Do we have data about the number of applications in the lottery and the number of people on the wait list for these years?
We haven't had to use the lottery in a number of years. I'd have to go back and get specifically from Dave exactly when we haven't used it, but it's been a number of years.
Okay.
So any student who has applied, there are no students on a wait list. There haven't been for a number of years. That's true, though. Back even in 14, 15, when we had, we started to see some decreases in interest, or kids were leaving the program. I think maybe a couple of years before that, there were still a wait list, but there's not been a wait list or a need for a lottery in a number of years.
Okay, I apologize for not asking that data point before, but now looking at this and hearing what you're saying, I do think that would be an important piece of data, because individual fluctuations within a class,
Right.
The difference between 25 people in a class and 21 people in a class is not that much. But if there were 50 people on a wait list one year and now there are no people on the wait list,
Right.
that may give us more information. So I apologize for not asking for that earlier, but I do think that that would be an important data point to have.
Yep.
I apologize for not getting it to you sooner. The state of the school stuff was only available to me today,
I
so I didn't have 24
I
hours to get it to you guys.
I'm just saying, I
Yeah, no,
can't
I
respond
get
to it.
Yeah.
One of the things that when we were talking about the current ninth grade class and continuing or not continuing, was the idea that if they were to continue, there would be a possibility of saying like this aspect of lab school would continue until we have another offering, until after the review process, rather than requiring, or not requiring, but testing the question around committing all through 12th grade, which my guess is could have a different outcome because of the idea of the cohort. If we're continuing classes while there are other classes around them, that's a big part of lab school versus what you've pointed out, which is at a certain point, it phases out and you have just
Right.
one class left. I wonder if you have any thoughts around that, if that is something you think might generate different results, if we were to ask the question differently, or are you?
I don't necessarily think it would garner different results based on at least the feedback I heard from counselors. As I said, there were already 3 students who were planning to leave the program at the end of the year, 1 who was on the fence, and so there's 4, so there's very few kids. I think there were 4 students in the prior presentation where the counselors had reached out and said, do you want to try and stay together for your core subjects, the 3, English, social studies, science, but perhaps not math if there are variations on that. And 4 students said they would like to. I don't necessarily think it would result in a different outcome. Whether it's through, senior year, and then also what does the new cohort model look like, right? They might not be interested in that. So, I think there's a lot of what ifs on that one.
Yeah, and again, I think the phrase I was using last meeting was like a designated off-ramp, right? Like saying I don't know if you're going to want this.
Right.
However, we will at least have something else to offer at that point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, just following up on the ninth grade, you asked why not allow 8th graders to enroll while the committee works to sort of make recommendations? And my follow-up question is, why not allow the 9th graders that are already enrolled to continue into 10th grade while the committee does their work to review?
Well, that was
The
part
ones
of,
that want to stay.
there's only going to be 5 or 6 kids. I don't view that as a program. I do not think that's a good program instructionally. And I don't think any of the teachers, I'm not saying the lab schools, but teachers or any administrator who's been in education would say that's a program.
Any other questions for Jody? Thank you. Now we will turn to our second presentation, 2024-2025 budget presentation, the budget overview, transportation, technology, and operations and maintenance. I'll turn it over to John first.
Good evening, all. For my next presentation, I'm going to try to incorporate that eagle cry that Jody had in her presentation. But
Just do it yourself. I was going to say, you can have to add
before I begin, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. The information and concepts that we're going to present today are actually the work of a number of behind-the-scenes individuals over the course of the past several months. So a lot of their work, effort, sweat and tears in some cases are actually reflected in the information that you're provided, that I'm going to provide today. Whether it's district leadership team, department and division heads, folks from the business office and the human resources, a lot of why I'm able to present here today is a result of their direct effort. So I always at least like to highlight that. The budget presentation is really a culmination of work that begins usually around November, all the way through the holiday season, ramps up even more so in January, so we can present information to the public, the board, and the parents, guardians, and staff of the district. So with that, I'll jump in. Maybe not. Next one, please. The district's revenue streams are broken up into 3 main funding sources. You have school taxes at roughly 63%, state aid at 30%, payment in lieu of taxes and miscellaneous revenue sources at 6.7%. Each of those are sort of governed by a number of different factors. School taxes in particular are subject to tax cap calculations. On the tax cap side, Jody references a little bit during her presentation. The inflation rate for 23-24 is roughly 4.1%, but taxes are capped at 2%. The maximum increase per the tax cap formula, we'll get into that in a little bit, is roughly 5.3%, which could yield $3.7 million in additional tax revenue for our 24-25 upcoming fiscal year. On the state aid side of the ledger, the anticipated increase in foundation aid is roughly $1.1 million, and anticipated increase in building aid to offset associated debt service with capital investments in building and infrastructure is roughly $1.7 million. Pilots and miscellaneous sources, we'll talk about that momentarily. That is percentage-wise a larger part of the revenue stream this year because of increases in pilots as well as interest and earnings investments. A comparison of where the individual pots of state aid are derived from. Foundation aid, which is the largest amount, is anticipated at roughly $19.1 million for 24-25. Again, these numbers are presently based on the executive budget proposal. The legislative budget proposal may change that at some point in time, but at present, this is where state aid will stack up based on the current state aid runs from the State Department of Education and Division of Budget. back up, please, I'm sorry. BOCES and special aid at 4 million, transportation at 4.8. You'll see a big increase in building aid, and that's really associated with the anticipated debt service we will be issuing for various capital projects, including the 2021 capital project, which is slated to close by the end of December of 2024. Overall, we're seeing an increase in budgeted state aid of roughly $3.1 million. That does not take into consideration the $1,269,000 on the universal pre-K component. That will be determined based on whether or not we receive responses to the request for proposals, which are due on March 15th. I want to highlight just a couple of changes with regard to state aid in general. You may recall from last budget cycle, that was the first full year of implementation of foundation aid. As a result, district, as part of that change in state aid, which was codified in law, districts were supposed to be held harmless from one year to the next, meaning that they would not necessarily see a decrease in state aid. That was effective April 1st of 2023. I enjoyed those 9 months as the executive budget proposal issued in January actually changed the calculation and formula behind state aid. Bethlehem did not necessarily, was not necessarily negatively impacted by that change in state aid, but a number of districts throughout the state were negatively impacted because it removed the hold harmless component out of the state aid calculation. I raise that because there may come a point if the executive budget proposal moves forward without legislative involvement, Bethlehem may be in a similar situation at some point in the future. Also built into the state aid formula, which was part of law, the executive budget proposal removed the CPI index as it was originally indicated. So whatever the current CPI index was, foundation aid was supposed to grow by that amount. That was roughly 4.1%. The executive budget proposal changed that to a 10-year average where it threw away both the lowest CPI and the highest CPI. So that actually, rather than a 4.1% year-to-year increase, that resulted in a 2.4% increase. To Bethlehem, that was a rough impact of $275,000 or $280,000 in lost foundation aid that we will not receive based on the executive budget proposal. So I wanted to highlight that while we did see a decent size in foundation aid, it wasn't as large as it would have been under the guidelines from last year, and there may be issues moving with state aid moving forward. Side-by-side comparison of where 23-24 budget was in terms of school taxes, pilot payments, and state aid, as well as miscellaneous revenue sources. The one thing I want to highlight with regard to pilots, you may recall that when we were at this presentation last year, the PSEG pilot was slated to end in 23-24. In November of 2023, the district was advised that PSEG was looking to extend that pilot agreement for 2 additional years, for which Bethlehem would benefit financially for 1 additional year. So pilot payments actually for PSEG will carry over for roughly $3.7 million for the PSEG pilot for 24-25. So we will not have to absorb that loss of revenue in 24-25, but it will most definitely be an issue for 25-26 because the pilot agreement is set to truly expire at the end of 24-25, absent some additional investment in the PSEG infrastructure, which may result in an additional pilot. On other revenue, one of the significant increases that we're seeing there is really associated with the district's investment of its cash balances in interest-bearing accounts. Given where the Fed rate is, we're seeing significant revenue from that, particularly for 23-24. I hedged that a little bit for 24-25, mainly because we will not have the cash on hand associated with the debt service that we had for the capital project. We're spending that pot of money down, and the Fed is forecasting some retraction in those rates quarter by quarter over the course of the year. That may be more or less, but I didn't want to overextend the district in terms of estimated revenue, in terms of interest and earnings. Quick pie chart in terms of how those revenue streams stack up. So we talked a little bit about the tax levy and the allowable tax levy in comparison. So I always like to show where the allowable tax levy could be based on the tax cap formula, and that's indicated by the red line. The blue line actually reflects the actual tax levy approved and adopted by the board at the May, and ultimately by the voters in the May vote. So that change between, or the delta, the white space between the white and the red line actually represents $8.2 million worth of savings, taking a snapshot from the 2018-2019 fiscal year to the 23-24 fiscal year. And that really represents the hard work and dedication of the board, staff controlling costs, maximizing revenue, and really being good financial stewards to minimize impact to real property taxpayers. Talked a little bit about pilots. You'll see that we're anticipating for 25-26 a significant loss in pilot revenue, roughly $3.5 million, closer to $3.6 million on the PSEG pilot, and some phase outs of the pilot programs for the Vista Tech Park in Slingerlands. And as a result, you can see what, based on pilots and other factors, what the estimated tax cap calculation yields. So last year, the tax cap calculation yielded a tax levy increase of 3.07%. The formula this year represents a tax increase, an allowable tax levy increase of 5.3%, and 25-26 that will be 6.6%. That's just how the math in the formula works to show what the maximum allowable tax levy increase can be from one year to the next. Doesn't necessarily mean that we'll get there over the course of the presentation cycle, but that's what the maximum allowable tax levy will be given the information that we have in hand today. So we talked about how the tax cap formula limits growth to 2%, and that's indicated by the orange line on the graph here. The black line represents what the inflation actually was for that time period. So for most years prior to 2021, the allowable growth factor and the inflation factor sort of mirrored each other at roughly 2%. In comes the pandemic around 2021, and you see significant increases in inflation of 4.7%, 8%, and 4.1%. Now, those are inflationary costs that we're experiencing at the school district level. It's the same inflationary costs you're experiencing at home. But despite those inflationary pressures, the tax hike formula still keeps you at a 2% growth factor. So what that translates to is that yellow portion of that graph is really all the inflation that the district had to absorb internally through efficiencies in operations, decreases in costs, and then other maximizing revenues. What I want to highlight here is that while it looks like the inflation factor has gone down, it's not that inflation has gone down, it's the rate of inflation that has gone down. So when you look at the past 3 years, the compounded rate of inflation is roughly 17.7%, where the tax cap formula only would allow for a compounded 6.1% of growth. So I always find that an important point to emphasize, because the district is absorbing a significant increase in cost year to year, given the parameters of the tax cap formula. Last year, the allowable tax levy increase was 3.07%, and that's would have yielded $2.1 million. We actually increased the tax levy by 2.3%, which left roughly $534,000 of taxing authority on the books that the district did not take advantage of. For 24-25, the tax cap formula roughly equates to 5.3%, yields $3.7 million, which would result in an allowable tax levy of $74.6 million. What the actual tax levy to be adopted is still remain to be determined as we work through these meetings over the course of the next several weeks, as well as what the allowable tax levy and the adopted tax levy comparison may be. For every 1% in the increase in the tax levy yields roughly $708,000, and you can see sort of a quick chart of what percentage bands yield in additional revenue that can be generated from tax levy increases. For the arithmetic, the mathematicians in the room, there's always a question, well, how does this tax cap formula work? So you begin with the taxes that were levied in the prior year. There's a tax base growth factor, which actually is associated with bricks and mortar construction within the district and what that adds to assessed value. You add in the pilots from the prior year. There's some tort actions and capital exemptions that get backed out. You multiply it by the allowable tax factor, which is the 2%. Again, that's capped despite the fact that inflation was at 4.1%. You add in the current pilots for the current year, what the estimated capital exemption is for the current year. There is an opportunity to allow for a pension carve-out if your growth in pension is greater than 2 percentage points. That's not greater than 2%, it's a greater than 2 percentage points, and we'll get to that in a little bit later. So you'll get to your $74.6 million or 5.3% in terms of what the allowable tax levy may be based on the calculation. So the nitty-gritty in terms of where expenditures fall, you have salaries, fringe benefits, debt service, and various administrative operational costs. You will see an increase in salaries associated with collectively bargained or tentatively bargained agreements amongst the various bargaining agreements in the district. You'll see a significant increase in fringe benefits, which I'll get to momentarily, as well as debt service. So really the increase that we're seeing of roughly $8 million year to year are tied to those three large factors. And this is customary for any district and any municipal organization. Salaries and fringe benefits tend to drive year-to-year budget increases. Similar pie chart as we did with revenue, just sort of comparing where the largest section of the expenditures are devoted to. You'll see, again, salaries and fringe at roughly 76.5%, and the operational costs are broken up into those other slices of the pie. Okay, fringe benefits. I talked about how we're seeing large increases. On health insurance, we're seeing a increase of just under $2 million or 13%. The district is experiencing significant pressure on hospital and medical insurance, which is anticipated to increase at roughly 9.9 to 10% year over year. But the real driving factor that we're seeing is on the pharmaceutical side. We're seeing an increase of roughly 18% on that, really tied to specialty and non-specialty drugs. What we're seeing as we drill into the actual pharmaceutical data, again, it's in terms of scripts and usage, not individuals that are using that. A lot of your specialty and non-specialty drugs are all the drugs that you see on TV, particularly on your anti-obesity or pre-diabetic drugs, significant outlay of resources on the pharmaceutical side on that, which is driving much of the cost that we're seeing year over year. TRS and ERS are actually our retirement plans. TRS is for teachers and instructional staff. ERS is for most of the support staff. There's an estimated increase of percentage of payroll for TRS from 9.76% to 10.02%. The increase for ERS is up significantly from 13.1% to 15.2% of payroll. That actually represents a rate increase of 16% year over year. So that is significant. As a reminder, ERS is tied to a 5-year rolling average to sort of normalize out some swings. But during the pandemic, the stock market did not fare as well in certain times based on the ERS snapshots. So those increases will be reflected in that 5-year average for the next year or two until it drops off. So those are some of the large driving costs on the fringe benefit side, which represents roughly a 10% increase, or roughly $2.7 million year over year, just simply on fringe benefits. Comparison of debt service payments based on capital projects. What I want to highlight sort of is in the middle of the graph there, you'll see debt service associated for the 2021 capital project at roughly $3.5 million. For this year, we issued bands in the first instance to have some seed money for the capital project. We need to pay off those bands in 24-25 and then convert those bands actually into ongoing debt service on a 15-year plan. So we're building that in for 24-25. There's some building aid on the backside at roughly $1.9 million that's incorporated in the revenue stream that we talked about earlier. But year over year, there's a big increase in debt service. So this is the first year you'll see that, because we're really paying debt service associated with the capital project twice in 1 year, the bands and the bonds. So next year, that million, it's roughly $1,151,000 in the band payment will roll off because it was a one-time once, and then the 15-year debt service schedule will kick in until such time that 2021 debt service is paid off. A comparison by functional and program area year over year gets you to the same $114.6 million. There's not much to really delve into here, other than the same increases that we talked about in terms of salary and fringe are just redistributed amongst these individual program areas. Similar chart, just in a more drill down on the administrative costs. For the administrative unit, roughly a $45,000 year over year increase. Not significant in any way, shape, and form. Many of these costs are really tied to salary and COLA increases tied to various collective bargaining agreements. These are more of the operational costs on the administrative side. Again, that shows a rough decrease year over year over $64,000. Our self-supporting programs on continuing education and driver's education, what you see on the appropriation side is offset for dollar on the revenue side based on fees and activity charges and transfers to other funds. These may change a little bit as we get closer towards the end of the budget process. Right now, food service, these are the general fund subsidies to various funds that are unable to be self-supportive. Food service at roughly $30,000, our extended school year program at $384,000, and our capital outlay program, which is capped by New York State at $100,000. Nick and Sonia from the Director of Facilities will go into a little bit more information during his presentation. Overall, that it was roughly a $2,600 increase. Okay, where we stand today, just sort of a quick summary on the baseline. We talked about roughly $111.8 million in revenue, $114.6 million in expenditures. That yields an initial gap today of roughly $2,855,000, which results in a preliminary tax increase of 4.03%. What does that mean? That means this chart does not assume any tax levy increase at the present time. All else being equal, we would need to have to either reduce expenditures or increase revenue in some way, shape, and form to the tune of $2.9 million. Presently, we are not proposing or anticipating use of any fund balance. Keep in mind that the district is capped in terms of its 4% fund balance threshold. We cannot go above that based on law. The balanced budget, again, as we stand today before we get into other programmatic areas, would require the consideration by the board of a tax increase of 4.03%. Quick addition on the administrative side. The Department of Human Resources is investigating with BOCES the opportunity to digitize employee records to be incorporated as an electronic record as opposed to the various paper records that we maintain. This $50,000 is the first phase of a two-phase operation. to bring that to completion. So this is what, on the administrative side, would be considered by the board as a direct add to the budget. Before we jump into transportation, you probably want to break for
Yeah.
PIG? Okay.
Yes, thank
Yep.
you. And then, if, I didn't know, before I do that,
Yeah.
do people have specific questions for John on his
Yep.
presentation?
If we could just go back to the pilots, that slide that's got the arrow.
Yep.
I'm so sorry for my friends who are seniors in high school. I will be brief here, I
As
think.
opposed to the other seniors.
Right, exactly. Those, you all can stay with us here. So to just remind us, right, like when we hear the phrase payment in lieu of taxes, it seems as though, well, if we lose the pilot, aren't we just going to gain revenue from PSEG in some way? Like how, can you talk a little
Sure.
bit about what a pilot means?
So-
And what impact you expect that to have on the budget in the out years?
Yep. So payment in lieu of taxes is a direct payment from a company to a municipal entity, in our case, Bethlehem Central School District, at varying amounts. So the Industrial Development Agency, either the Bethlehem IDA or the Albany County IDA, sets these up because, hey, it's an economic engine, it's going to drive some investment in the area, either through housing or employment or what have you. And as a result of that, we would like to give you a pilot so you cannot pay taxes. We'll give you maybe a lower pilot amount compared to what the assessed value would generate on the tax rolls. So that comes into the district as a straight revenue stream. The district's tax levy gets distributed amongst the assessed value of the towns of Bethlehem and town of New Scotland to proportion out that $70 million amongst the assessed value of various homes and communities within those two towns. At the end of the pilot, what often happens is that, in PSEG's case, PSEG's assessed value, which is currently off the rolls as a pilot, it's not factored into the calculation, will come onto the rolls, which means that the tax levy will be the same tax levy of $70 million, absent a considered tax increase, just gets distributed over a larger assessed value. So we wind up losing the pilot. The same tax levy is the tax levy based on whatever the formula of the tax cap is, coupled with whatever the board adopts. It's just distributed over a wider swath of assessed value. So we don't get any additional revenue.
Does that mean people's tax rates would go
The
down?
tax rate, well, possibly, because the calculation of tax rates gets a little complicated between what the overall increase in the assessed value is from year over to year, what the comparison of the equalization rates are between towns. But theoretically, yes, all else being equal, John and Jane Q Public, whoever's paying their tax bills on the residential or commercial side, should see a tax decrease in terms of their out-of-pocket taxes because the tax levy is distributed over a wider swath of assessed value.
Thank you.
I know there are a few more questions, but
Yep.
we're going to take a break.
Sure.
PIG students, we'll take a 5-minute recess. If you guys want to come up and sign out, you are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, if you so desire, but you also can leave at this point. Just please make sure you sign out. Pretty sure they're stay. One did last time. Let's come back to our meeting. The gavel. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Somebody asked me what the gavel was for, so I had to put it to use. I think there are a couple more questions for John. I had one quick one. John? I saw driver's ed on there.
Yes.
Are we intending to offer driver's ed again?
We do. It's really based on resource availability from the outside to get instructors in. So
Okay.
we budget it with the hope that we can actually get that in. I mean, Dave can probably talk more about that on the instructional component of the program. It's in there, it's offset, whatever the cost is with driver fees and revenue stream, so it doesn't impact the budget. But again, it's really based on availability of outside
I'll just
resources.
throw out there, I know there will be a lot of community interest in bringing the
Yeah,
program
my daughter's
back,
constantly
and
asking me about driver's
if
ed
there's
as well.
anyone who wants to be trained to be a driver's ed teacher,
It's actually a certification through
Oh,
state ed.
there you go.
And if you'd also please get your CDL while you're there.
That's
While
right.
you're there.
That's the rest of the time.
That's right.
Ewan, you had a couple questions?
Yeah, a couple. Can you go back to slide 12? Before we do that, so what are we being held harmless from?
Any decreases in state aid from one year to the next.
Okay, so the guarantee is it'll
It's
stay
like at
flat or
least,
go up?
under current law, it would be that your state aid would remain at whatever it was the prior year for the 23-24 school year. But that has changed in the executive proposal. The legislature is aware of what that has done to certain school districts. Some school districts have lost a significant amount of resources without a sufficient lead time in terms of that change, and it's forcing them to consider all sorts of things in terms of program cuts and vacancy holds and layoffs.
That's not slide 12, because it wasn't in the presentation. Oh, it's the one that has the illustrator of what 1% does?
Yep. That one.
The number by 2% is wrong, it's silly, there's a math error, someone put a wrong
Yep.
number in there.
Appreciate that. Thank you for pointing it out.
That number's wrong.
Thank you.
And then we can, so the tax cap, you kind of spoke about it as an absolute, but if I'm right, you can always propose, the board can propose to override that. You just need a bigger community vote, right?
That's correct.
What is that bigger community vote, 2/3?
2/3.
2/3, yep.
That was it.
All right. Transportation?
Off to transportation. My pleasure to introduce Ellen Dorado, our district's recently appointed and confirmed Director of Transportation. We're going to do a little John and Ellen show here on this one. Particularly, Ellen's going to go over some of the more operational sides when we get to the fleet management component. I'm going to jump in and really rely on Ellen's expertise to kick me if I say anything incorrect. So I'm going to hand it over to Ellen.
Hello. Yes, I am the newly appointed Director at Transportation here at Bethlehem. Thank you for the opportunity to come up and answer a couple of questions if you have them and go over a couple of budgetary items. First, we're going to start off with staffing. We are budgeted for 70 drivers this year, and we're going to hope to budget for that again next year. That is our goal, but even if we can't get 70 drivers, it would be nice to have a few more. A few more would allow us the opportunity for shorter ride times, less students on buses, fewer behavioral issues, and hopefully even more routes. 5 more drivers could get us more routes. Well, we currently have 55 contracted drivers. 2 of those drivers are contract subs, so they are indebted to us for a minimum of 6 hours a day, and we can use them how we want. Happy to report that 53 routes are now filled. Yay. That hasn't happened in a while. And we have a fairly substantial pool of about 9 sub-drivers at the moment. We are also we hope to have, we're budgeted for 30 attendant positions for this year, and we would like to stick with that for next year as well. We do have 21 contracted bus attendants right now with 2 substitutes. One of our attendants recently got their license, so now they're driving a route. Well, that's good. We didn't lose anybody. We gained a driver. But it's important to note that every child with an IEP requirement or accommodations are being taken care of by our existing number of attendants that we have. We take that very seriously, and accommodations are being met. We are still actively recruiting all the time, a constant recruiting for bus drivers and attendants, so now might be a good time to remind everybody if they know anyone. We have flexible hours, and they have nice vacations, and this is the best district to be a part of. The training is second to none, and we managed to fit in the occasional lunch, themed lunch, and with that, good lunch nurtures a cohesive environment. So with the mechanics, we have 7 full-time mechanics. That's the amount of mechanics that we have. That's budgeted for this year and again for next year. We are losing a long-term employee, mechanic at the end of the school year. And for the first time since I've been here at Bethlehem, all the director and assistant director positions are filled. I took the role, and we have a new assistant director who's in charge of gen ed routes. We have Sandra over here who's in charge of special ed, and we have John, the fleet supervisor. Okay. The office staff has the 19A trainer and 1 account clerk and 2 dispatchers. So our substitutes, we don't have a number in there. It's ever changing. It's ever changing through the year. Like I said earlier, we have 9 currently, 9 sub-drivers and 2 sub-attendants. There is the difference, I'm sorry, to go back to the first line, we're going to go down with the cost of the payroll for drivers, and that's largely because we're losing some long-standing higher salaried employees. Everything else looks like cost of living increases. And our substitutes, we have budgeted $121,000 for substitutes, and that will be projected for next year as well. Extra hours and overtime, $439,000, is mostly for athletic trips. We have to use a lot of mechanics for athletic trips to cover. If we get more drivers, we'll have less overtime. Other, the health insurance buyout, we're going to have a decrease of $20,000 with that. So all in all, I think we have a savings of about $70,000 in transportation staffing. Whoops. Oh, no, oh, go, I keep doing it. Okay. So salaries go down for the next school year mostly because of breakage. Like I said before, the long-term higher salaried employees have retired so far this year and will retire by the end of the year. Equipment is projected to stay the same. Fuel is projected to go down. You can see a big difference of about $100,000 there from $430,000 this year. One of the reasons for the usage this year is with the bond project, we've been fueling off-site for the last 6 months. It's considerably higher. Another reason is because we were bundled together with operations and maintenance facilities, and we have since parted company in that respect, and that will be a savings of $30,000. So that will be a nice savings. Bus parts and supplies will just go up. It'll just, the cost of things, inflation. Insurance, same. Other operating costs, $300. That will go down a little bit as well. And that are things like uniforms, paper supplies, microphones. We're trying to outfit the training and the safety and training team with some of those things in our training room. Okay. Electricity is projected a little higher, and that's probably with the charging of electric buses. I'm not sure if that will be that accurate next year. We'll have to wait and see. It's always a new day. So I only have one addition to the budget this year that I would like to request, and that would be that I could have fairness and equity in the assistants. I would like to raise the fleet salaries, the fleet supervisor's salary up. It's about $5,300 just to be in line and compensate him in the way that the other two assistants are compensated. There will be one reduction, and that is the telematic specialist. Back when, in June, it proved to be a valuable addition to the team. However, as time went on, we realized that there wasn't enough work to keep him busy, primarily because all the routes for the year were already done and working well. And with the telematics, we were working out some of the glitches. The early morning staff, we had one mechanic, Ray, we have John, the fleet supervisor, and myself were there 5 o'clock in the morning. Maybe not tomorrow morning, but most mornings. And that's when those glitches would come up. So we worked closely with the developers, and we worked some of those out. So it ended up where the telematics specialist didn't really have enough work. Lucky for us, we didn't lose an employee. We gained a 19A trainer, which we desperately needed in order to get drivers in attendance in the house and on the road. We need a 19A trainer, and we happen to have one of the best. So that worked out well. Not to say that maybe over time, with all the telematics in play, we might take another look at it, revisit this whole telematics thing, or maybe shift it to maybe creating a position or maybe incorporating some of these duties with the mechanics. Budget impact. So we would be less, that salary, which is $67,000, add the compensation for the fleet supervisor with a net decrease of $62,359. We're going to talk about the bus fleet, and if time, it looks like it's getting late, but if time allows, I'll be invited back up to talk about what we talked about in the penultimate meeting with the thought of the walkout distances, but now this is a new spin on that, but if not, we can talk about it at another time. So thank you so much, and here's John.
Don't go too far, I may need some support. So the district's bus fleet. Wanted to start this conversation with some background and context as a refresher for the board and for our friends at home in terms of the New York State zero emission school bus mandate. Effective July 1st, 2027, under the current mandate as it stands today, school districts can no longer purchase fossil fueled powered buses, whether they're the large buses or even the suburban buses that we use for pickup and transport of students. Effective July 1st, 2035, schools may only operate zero-emission buses, and all remaining fossil fuel-powered buses must be retired prior to that 2035 date. Now, those are the mandates as they stand today. They have not changed since they were first instituted, despite lobbying efforts and communication from school districts that there are some significant challenges from an infrastructure perspective, from a cost perspective, to actually meet those mandates. But the governor's office is maintaining its firmness in terms of those dates. Presently, the district has 7 EV buses currently operating with routes. And as such, we're on a strong start to meet the 2035 mandate. Couple of points in terms of what we know or what we have experienced with electric buses and some of the unknowns as they currently stand. We know that EV buses are currently more expensive than traditional buses. I can tell you that an EV bus today costs $455,000. Traditional diesel buses range anywhere between roughly $170,000 and $185,000 based on the type of bus that you're getting. As such, the annual net impact of the district is greater. The battery warranty under our current EV buses is 8 years on the existing EV fleet. When I talk about battery warranty, it's not that at the end of 8 years they will necessarily no longer work. What the warranty guarantees is that each year within that 8-year time period, the charge of that battery will be within a certain range or percentage threshold. Similar to how your phone batteries work, even though you may have to plug it in for longer to get the same charge that you did a year or so prior. Charging infrastructure is developing and is not included in the chart I will present shortly. There are some operational limitations and challenges in today's EVs in terms of mileage and operation in certain weather conditions. Cold weather in particularly has a challenge to maintain the same distance as if it was a 70 degree on a flat surface. Some of the unknowns: what state and federal grant aid opportunities may exist in the future to minimize costs to the district, the actual feasibility to be able to meet the 27 and 2035 mandates, and whether or not the state will shift those in some way, shape, or form, either moving them out or providing a little bit more flexibility for districts to meet those. Our current financing mechanism for buses are bands, which are bond anticipation notes. We have on any given year 5 years worth of bus purchases that we finance with bands, but because of the impact in the high cost of buses, we may need to consider bonds as the financing mechanism for those. Supply and demand impacts on cost and availability: $455,000 bus today. As districts ramp up their EV initiatives and rollouts, we may see that supply and demand result in increased costs. Bethlehem in particular is not negatively impacted in terms of the readiness of the national grid and the power companies. There are other areas in the state where this pulls at those 27, 2035 mandates. And we've experienced technological and operational efficiencies that we talked about in terms of range, the frequency of the charge use, and sort of coordinating charge cycles to make sure that there's enough juice in the bus to make sure that we can meet both the morning and the afternoon runs. This is the current layout of the district's fleet as it stands today. We have 104 buses in our fleet today. This does not include any snow removal trucks or pickup trucks for like the help truck to help a broken down bus. We have 62 diesel large buses, 7 large EV buses, 3 45 passenger diesel buses, 26 24 to 30 passenger gasoline powered. Some of those do have wheelchairs. Those are your smaller size buses, and 6 suburban 4x4 style buses to transport kids. So that's the sort of layout of the current fleet of the district. When we first started putting together the budget presentation, there was an open question in terms of what opportunities the board could be presented with in terms of addressing the fleet, either with new buses or replacement buses. And originally the conversation was, you know what, the bus fleet is in a decent position now that we do not necessarily need to consider new buses or replacement buses. However, relatively recently, additional funding streams have come to the district's attention, which may require the board to consider, hey, there's an opportunity to minimize district impact in terms of additional EV bus replacement. So there's 2 funding streams currently available to the district to offset EV buses. The federal EPA grant associated with the 2023 Clean Schools Bus Rebate Program offers $200,000 in federal funding for non-prioritized districts. Bethlehem is a non-prioritized district. There's 2 groups of districts that are applying, both prioritized and non-prioritized. Your prioritized districts are your tribal, rural, or disadvantaged communities. Bethlehem does not fall into that. We're a non-prioritized district. The first thought was, well, given recent grant applications of similar nature, even though we applied, we were not awarded. However, the word on the street is that there's not a whole lot of applicants going in. So even as a non-prioritized district, there is a decent chance that the feds will consider the district for $200,000 in a non-prioritized grant. We submitted that paperwork through Matthews Buses. It's through a third-party voucher program, so we need to work through with a company that produces and sells buses. We submitted that application on February 13th. We will not really find out where the district may stand until sometime in April. As part of the grant program, you need to either sell, donate, or scrap a 2011 or newer bus. We have several in the 2014 range that would fall and meet that criteria. It's a third-party application through Matthews Bus, and I know that it was submitted before the application deadline. That's on the federal side. On the New York State funding side, through the Environmental Bond Act, $100 million has been made available to districts to begin their individual EV bus initiatives. The program is the New York State Bus Incentive Program, and this funding is actually more of a guaranteed funding stream compared to the EPA federal funding stream. There's $147,000 in a guaranteed base voucher. Districts can replace up to 6% of its fleet, given where our current fleet stands. That just happens to be 6 buses. There's a couple of additional add-ons to the NICE-BIP program. If your bus is vehicle-to-grid enabled, meaning that the bus can take power from its battery on the bus and feed the grid in periods of high demand, that's an additional $12,250. What I want to stress there is that you do not necessarily have to be V2G. It's just whether or not the bus is enabled to have that functionality. There's also $61,250 available for a scrappage, which is an add-on. That is a true scrappage compared to the EPA where you can sell. The NYSERDA actually requires the bus to have a 3-inch hole drilled through the engine block and the actual rail split on site. So that's going to be an interesting site if we had that scrappage add-on. There's also anywhere between $25,000 to $55,000 available for charging infrastructure. There's some caveats onto that. The charging component is not open until the first quarter of 2024, so we won't have a sense in terms of the mechanics of that. One thing I also want to highlight is under the governor's executive budget proposal, transportation aid for EV buses is reimbursed on the gross cost of the bus. Presently, it's on the net cost. So the transportation aid ratio is roughly 66% today. So you buy a bus for $200,000 or $450,000 over the course of time, you're going to get 66% of that purchase price back through state aid. On a diesel side, that payback period of 66% is 5 years. On the EV side, it's 12 years. But the budget proposal currently in front of the state legislature is that, hey, let's try to help districts here maximize funding streams and not necessarily be negatively impacted on its state transportation ratio. So the governor's budget proposal, if we look at sort of just a quick, easy math slide here, assuming a $450,000 estimated EV bus cost, if we get the $200,000 in EPA funding, nets $250,000 in net cost. If you assume a transportation aid at 66% of the gross cost of $450,000 gets you $297,000. We're not going to make money on this deal. I just wanted to show the arithmetic that, hey, the net impact to the district is going to be $0 under the EPA side. Switch over to the NICE-BIP program. All right, $450,000 in the bus cost. You got your base voucher and your V2G add-on, gets you a net cost of $290,000. Again, roughly $297,000 on transportation aid over the course of time, gets you $0. I didn't add the scrappage component to this because I think that's a separate conversation between the district and transportation. We may want to hold on to those buses for longer to maximize the fleet, or if other non-New York districts may want to take advantage, because we really do a very good job of maintaining our buses. You can stack these funding streams as well, meaning that without any negative impact to the district, you can stack on your federal EPA funding, your NICE-BIP funding. The math still works out the same, still impact, but there's opportunities here in terms of district impact. What I want to sort of showcase here is these are what we anticipate the various gross costs of buses to be for our 24-25 fiscal year. Actual EV bus is $455,000. You add in your potential and federal state aid, gets you actually to an impact of 0 buses. The actual proposition cost for that at 6 buses would actually be $2.7 million, but the impact of the district over the course of 12 years would be 0. The diesel buses are anywhere between $165,000 and $188,000. Now, we're seeing some inflationary supply chain issues associated with those diesel buses as well. Those diesel buses are more expensive than they were just a few years ago. But you can see that if we were to go the diesel route, there's actually a net cost or net impact to local taxpayers. So one of the decision points for the board is, yes, our fleet is in a decent position where we could take a pause and not necessarily acquire additional EV buses, but what I can't guarantee is what funding streams may be available in 24, 25, 25, 26, and the out years. So assuming that the mandated dates will not significantly change, or they'll change in some way, shape, or form, but the initiative is still going to be moving forward, if the district is still bound by that in some way, shape, or form and will need to get EV buses, the question that we must ask ourselves, are we better to get the EV buses today when we know that there's some federal and state funding available to minimize tax impact moving forward? But I want to sort of also highlight what that does to the bus proposition and debt service associated with the district. This is a bit of a ham-handed approach of trying to space out what any bus proposition presented to the voters looks like in terms of debt service over any fiscal year. So over the past couple years, you'll see, because of strategic decisions made at the district presented to the board, that the actual bus proposition costs have gone down. In 2021, we purchased $1.3 million worth of buses. In 2022 was $807,000, and in 23 it was roughly $570,000. Those sort of translate into, you can see the fiscal year impact year over year. So for 24, 25, the actual debt service for buses is just under $1 million. But when you start adding on additional expensive EV buses, that 2024 amount of 2.7 is just assuming the 6 buses we talked about, absent any funding stream. And then our vehicle fleet replacement plan calls for roughly 9 vehicles to be replaced moving forward until we get to that 2035 year. So you can see, given increases in the cost per bus in 25 and 26, you're looking at significantly higher year-over-year increases, which translates into a larger proposition and ultimate operational impact to the district's budget. So that's one of the decisions that's presented to the board tonight in terms of whether or not it is open and has appetite for additional EV buses, given the current financing mechanisms that are available that I can articulate today. Some districts, I can tell you, that are looking to beef up their diesel bus costs in advance of the 2035 mandate. So, hey, let's take advantage of lower costs today before those diesel buses, we can no longer purchase them, and when we can purchase them, they may be at a higher price point than they are today. Some districts are leveraging that, particularly so they can still accommodate longer distance runs on field trips and the like. So Ellen can talk a little bit more in terms of what our diesel needs would be. I think we would argue that we need more of our smaller buses, just given the way the proportion of those fleet vehicles line up. So that is something that the board can consider as well.
John, can you just address on the proposition itself that there is language that can be used if we are going to consider additional EV buses, that you can add language to that it's dependent upon grant funding, which is what the district
Right.
did in the initial purchases with a NYSERDA grant. So I just wanted, there is a way to address that,
Yeah.
only if you get this funding will the district
So
purchase X.
we are coordinating with bond counsel on that today. I just had a conference call with everyone this afternoon. This year is a little bit more challenging, given the different funding streams, and there's an executive proposal that may or may not necessarily come to fruition on the legislative side. But the wording, in essence, to Jody's point, will be, there will be a not to exceed amount of X. We still need to indicate what the gross cost of the bus would be, right? So if we do 6, it would still be, hey, there's authorization to purchase 6 EV buses at an estimated gross cost of $2.7 million. So further down in the proposition language with a not exceed amount in terms of district impact of X, right? So bond council's trying to work their bond council magic in terms of how the wording of that looks like. One of the things that I'm also working with bond council is the consideration of the establishment of a bus capital reserve. Should the district not want to necessarily move forward with bus acquisitions or maybe a lower number, putting some money in a savings account, for lack of a better term, so when we're ready to maybe add to the fleet, we can use that to minimize the operational impact to the budget. It would be only simply for bus acquisitions and related infrastructure in terms of charging equipment or anything associated with the bus as well. We can talk about what the maximum authorized amount could be, given the cost of EV buses. You know, my present recommendation would be a $10 million reserve that we would fund over the course of several years, just because the cost of one bus is $500,000 by the time we would consider utilizing that reserve on the EV side.
Is that a pause for questions?
Yeah,
Walking distance?
yeah, we can get, I wasn't sure if you want
And if you
to.
want, do you want to wrap up, like finish everything? and
Sure,
then
we
last
can
questions?
do that,
Why don't we do
absolutely.
that?
Walking distance.
Yes. Okay. So we talked originally about having a walkout zone. This was going to be a walkout zone from the school. We started at a half a mile from the school, walking out. We went to 3/4 of a mile and then a mile before we saw any yield in what we could save in drivers. And not, because this is all because of the lack of drivers. So instead of looking at it that way, I thought maybe we could look at it another way. We currently ask students to walk up to 1/10 of a mile to catch their bus. It doesn't have to be 1/10 of a mile, but students can walk up to 1/10 of a mile. So I took the Hammer-Grail area because it has a pretty dense population for a small area. And I worked off the routes. There's 3 routes at Hammer-Grail. This has nothing to do with special needs. I didn't go near them. So, for instance, the top one, Route 131, currently it has 20 stops to pick up students. Ride time would be 23 minutes for the students to walk up to 1/10 of a mile to catch the bus. If we were to extend that walk distance to point 2, it's not that far. It really isn't. It cuts those stops in half or more. It cuts ride time down. Now, this slide doesn't show the true value of what we would gain, actually. This one route, we gain 4 minutes. One route, we gain 8 minutes. One route, we gain 5. Mile reduction, 2.2, a little over half, and 3.8. Stop reductions is really the key. So it's more efficient, it saves time. And if I were to actually go in there and streamline routes, and depending on what the population is, it would open up doors for other avenues. That walk out from the school, the mile radius, it wouldn't have benefited anybody. But with this, we could still run normal schedule, but if it would be more group stops, so we could actually pick up these students, drop off at the school, go back out and do another run if need be. I really feel that we're heading in the other direction, but to be safe and to have a plan B, I think that this is a less aggressive plan. So to increase the walk from bus stop to 1 mile is less aggressive avenue, and it can provide additional possibilities such as incorporating group stops or double tripping if necessary. Drivers pulling in to unload, they could unload efficiently, empty, go back out and do another run. It's something to think about. And that's it.
And just to add on to that change would have to go on the ballot because it's not the maximum time, and that's not the maximum allowed by state ed, so anything under that
So it would need community approval.
Correct.
And also, this really only applies to K through 5. It's not an issue for the middle school or the high school levels.
Okay.
What is the maximum the state allows for a walk to a bus stop?
2 miles,
2 miles.
for elementary.
So this would be less.
So this is.
Okay. Questions on the transportation presentation? Ewan?
So let's assume we decided, there's funding available, let's buy EV buses as fast as we can. What magnitude of increase will our current infrastructure support? I mean, are we limited, can we only support adding 60? Can we add 60 in a year?
So presently, with the capital bond project that's underway, we have, well, let me take a step back. Presently, we have 70 EV buses, all that are being charged with 7 wall mount level 2 chargers. 2021 capital project, there's roughly a $600,000 investment that is currently underway for the installation of 3 fixed chargers, which would be able to charge 12 buses.
Those are level 3 chargers?
I'm sorry?
Those are level 3 chargers?
Those are level 3 chargers, yes. So in total, we would be able to charge 19 buses today, once that capital project that project element's finished. Now, level 2s are not efficient as level 3s, but even with the 6 additionals, between maintenance and DOT and routes, we would probably be able to charge all 12 of the 13 on the fixed ones, fixed chargers, and have 1 on the wall mount level 2 charger.
So the proposal is in the slides for 6 of each. We could make it 12 EVs and be able to support that effect.
But we have 7 EVs on site now.
Right. And we had 12 in 19, so that would actually fit in the.
That's right, yes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood, yes. We could do 12, except that on the funding arithmetic on the NICE-PIP program, you're only allowed 6% or 6 vehicles as.
Oh, right.
So
that's, okay.
Right.
I have one other question, which is just, I get the uncertainty about what's going to happen in 2026 when nobody's actually done what they're supposed to do. And I talk to colleagues on other boards, their voters aren't approving funds to do EV stuff. Let's assume that the mandate doesn't change. What are the actual consequences? Like if we just said, we're not buying EV buses, and then it gets 2027, what happens?
there are no consequences to date, right? But understand in some way what my role here is, right? Like, there's a mandate out there for 27, 2035. We can agree or disagree whether or not that's feasible. There's been pressure from lobbying groups, from school districts, to be like, this is not those two dates are unreachable for a myriad of reasons, right? One of which is that the grid is saying we're not going to be able to do this. But I need to at least present, hey, given the rules of the game under which I have to at least plan and budget for, this is what needs to be accommodated. Again, we don't necessarily, we can make do with no additional fleet acquisition for 24, 25.
Right.
The concern I have, at least particularly on the EV side, is the $350,000. If other people jump on that, we may be on the outside looking in, and then we have to eat that additional cost at an operational expense. So I hear what you're saying in terms of like, well, so what? What are they going to do? Now, the state very well will be like, well, you haven't even made a good faith effort, or you're not on the right threshold, or ramp up speed, so we're going to withhold state aid as a, like, so the state always wins in this, right? Because they have control over the purse strings, right? So I'm trying to at least provide options to the board and the public to consider, hey, given the rules of the game as we know them today, this is what the planning component looks like.
Let me be clear, I'm not suggesting that in any way, like
Yep.
avoiding it, but I'm just curious, like, is there any stick here? And it sounds like there really isn't right now.
Not presently, not that I have seen.
And just to restate, your recommendation is with the caveat of getting the funding, that we get 6 EV and 6 diesel.
It's an option for the board to consider. If the board is, we've run into some operational challenges with the EV buses, right? Like we talked about those at length at last year. Part of it's because it's new technology, new initiative. Bethlehem was first out of the gate here, so it's taken more than its fair share of lumps on the operational side. And they're machines in the end, so there are issues. I think between the district and partnership with Matthews, those have all been addressed or in the process of being addressed at no additional cost to the district. There's the operational issues where, because of new technology issues or mechanical issues associated with the EV buses, let me take a step back on the mechanical. It's still a yellow bus, right, in terms of the outside, but they had to change some of the inner workings in terms of where parts go to accommodate the battery pack on underneath the bus and how the inside of the engine looks. So yes, it's still a bus, it's still yellow, it still has flashing lights, but we run into some operational issues because of those substantive design changes, converting it from a traditional diesel bus to an EV bus. So those are have been some pain points. It's really whether or not the board wants to continue with the investment at the current rate, given the available funding streams, or would they, again, there's nothing, it's not like I have 6 or 7 buses that are beyond their useful life, they're a danger to students and society, we really need to replace these, right? Like, there's enough, particularly with 55 drivers presently, with 55 routes and a fleet of 100, there's obviously a surplus of vehicles on various sizes available. Now, I wish I could present, like, rather than the large EV buses, we really would like to get either a 45-passenger or a 30-passenger EV bus, because we do have some needs for that moving forward. That part we can visualize. The problem from the production side is the bus manufacturers aren't quite there yet in terms of EV technology on buses other than those 70-passenger C2 buses. Part of that supply chain, they're having issues with chassis acquisition because of the residential or the personal truck side of things, because they're on the same layout.
Meredith.
I had a bunch of questions about your color-coded chart. To be honest, didn't understand any of it, but I think
That's a
we have
distraction.
so much to go through tonight. We still have so
Yep.
many people waiting to speak, so I would just ask if we could go over that again at the next
Absolutely.
meeting. Okay, thank you.
Catherine?
I would like to underline what Meredith was just saying, and I look forward to that conversation as well. So you were just saying we have a fleet of 100 right now, yeah?
Yep.
Did I get that right?
104.
104. So, so right now, I mean, what we have on the table for us is free money to swap out buses that move us in the direction of EV, which is likely coming, whether it comes on the exact timeline that's laid out or not. And we can do so with the existing infrastructure, with additional funding for infrastructure support, which is really important, and without really risking too much, because we still have 80-something other buses that are diesel and that would continue to run on those longer routes if that's what was needed, or field trips, or various and sundry as things go on. Is that a decent sum up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. And I also want to just like take 1 second to say thank you. I know that switching to a new technology, especially one that is not as ready for prime time as some of us maybe had hoped, is it comes with tremendous hurdles logistically, and I'm sure personnel, and I'm sure, you know, all of it. And I'm deeply appreciative to the Transportation Department for taking that on. So thank you. My other question was on two questions. One on the, if we were to create a bus reserve, does that mess with our 4%?
No, it's outside the 4% undesignated fund balance. It would be treated in the same way like the capital reserves we have for capital projects.
Okay, great. And then if we're adjusting the distance and we're anticipating big savings in time on that, just one thing, I'm sure you've already considered this, but right now we've got if not an actual policy, we have a practice of making sure kindergartners are dropped off right in front of their house or pretty close?
No, not
Oh, just kidding.
anymore.
Not anymore. Great. Okay, then we don't have to worry about that. Thank you.
John, you had a question?
Yeah, question. With the grant, you have to sell, donate, or scrap the existing bus.
On the EPA side, yes. On the NISPIP one, it's a firm scrappage requirement, if you want the $61,000 on the add-on.
Right. So I guess the question is, are there any considerations for reliability being new technology? You can take 6 diesel buses out that may have, again, you can let me know, reliability versus some of the issues we have with the electric. Does that potentially give us any problems that we create by having 6 less diesel buses that may or may not be more reliable?
To the extent that I'm trying to avoid any other operational issues with EV buses, yes, that would, that is a concern, given some of our existing experience with the EV buses. We have 100 plus vehicles in the fleet now, 55 routes. That gives you roughly a 45 swing of additional vehicles to accommodate DOT inspections, preventative maintenance, and some of the ordinary day-to-day operational components. So we would have a swing ratio of some additional buses if we still continue to run in those operational challenges with additional EV buses. That swing decreases if we're at a full FTE component of 70 drivers, right? That has and continues to be our goal for a number of reasons. Shorter bus times, less kids on the bus, that is still our goal. So at 70 buses, you're looking at roughly a swing of 30, 35 buses. We do have, we use that swing a lot in terms of DOT inspections and preventative maintenance, but we're not quite at 70 drivers yet. So, yeah.
Don't we rotate out, I'm sorry, don't we rotate out 6 a year anyway?
6.
Diesel buses?
Not necessarily. It depends on what, so there's a larger vehicle fleet replacement plan based on, okay, the type of bus, when it was purchased, and the lifespan, the recommended lifespan for those buses are, I think I had that on one of the slides. I think it was 10 years for
Diesel.
A diesel bus, 12 years for diesel buses, 10 years for gasoline, excuse me. So that's how we sort of frame our vehicle replacement plan. On the scrappage component, to John's question, we would be looking to scrap 2014s, I think, we sell, donate, or scrap on the EPA side, 2014s. So we're a little bit early on that, not too early, about another year and a half or 2 years that we would have to, that we would eat, for lack of a better term, in terms of if you're looking at the just firm 12-year replacement cycle.
And then question on maintenance.
Yep.
What's the duration of time that we have on the electric vehicles that they're serviced by Matthews versus when we have to have people or incur costs to have those maintained and worked on?
Two separate issues, right? In terms of some of the regular maintenance that we're doing, right? Like tires, oil changes, right? Like we're doing most of that stuff in-house. If it's anything associated with a warranty issue, Matthews does address that. Anything with the battery pack. On the warranty issue, I'm not quite sure how long the turnaround time on that warranty. I can get that for you, John, and for the next meeting. I just don't have that readily on that.
I'm just wondering if we need to start planning, if we're going to have these electric vehicles, we need to start planning training and certifications or whatever for the current staff that we have.
Yep.
And I guess my question
the training component would be less and a more easily absorbed cost because we're training folks consistently over the course of time. We would probably add that on as an additional component of it, standardized training. Some of the parts are more expensive on the electric buses. I think the tires are more expensive because they're a larger size tire. Not significant, not anything that can't be absorbed or addressed, but they are a little bit more expensive on the repair side, but I think our mechanics are adequately and appropriately trained to do those in-house.
And last question, batteries, are they all lithium batteries, or are there any options for like the sodium batteries, or?
I think they're all lithium-ion batteries presently for the Proterra package that we're using.
Catherine, you had one more question?
On the on the proposition to voters itself, you said you were talking with bond counsel about making sure that it was a contingency proposition, contingent upon receiving
Yes.
funding. And I'm wondering, you said you referenced they're working some magic. Did they balk at that contingency?
No,
Or was it more just we
because
gotta get
keep
this
in
right?
mind that when we had done the first initial outlay of the 5 buses on the NYSERDA grant in 21-22, we had structured the bus proposition to be whatever the gross cost of the bus is with a not exceed amount contingent upon the grant funding. So we wouldn't have been able to purchase, if the grant funding had fallen through or we didn't get enough, we would have had to limit the actual initial acquisition to whatever could be accommodated based on the language of the bond proposition. So there's a lot of, and I appreciate there's a lot of open questions here in terms of, hey, will we actually qualify for the EPA one? The NYSBIB one is sort of guaranteed. However, what is not guaranteed is I don't know whether or not the executive proposal to reimburse on the gross cost will move forward. So it's a little bit awkward for me to present an option. I'm sorry?
We would know that well before proposition.
Not necessarily, because of the timing. So keep in mind, so let me talk a little bit about calendar here.
Yeah.
We have the meeting tonight. We have our next meeting March 6th, which is next week. I need some firm guidance from the board in terms of what it needs in terms of walking distance proposition, a bus proposition, whether EV, any bus proposition or whatever it looks like, as well as the consideration of a bus reserve. I need that guidance on the 6th so we can get the language to you folks on the 20th.
Okay.
Because the public notice needs to go, that's the last meeting before the last drop deadline of the public notice, which has to be 45 days before the budget vote of April 1st or 2nd, somewhere around there, absent an additional meeting of some sort off book, right? So the calendar is a little tight this year. But from an operational perspective, that's how my calendar lines up, so I can have that conversation with bond counsel.
Your addition and subtraction slide was
Yep.
really clear about like if we get the gross. Would you mind for our next meeting, would you just do a side by side if we got, so it's real obvious if we got the gross versus the net versus if we didn't, just so that we have those right in front of us? I really appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Next up.
Who's up?
Technology.
Tech?
This is usually my nap time in between baby feedings. Hi, everybody. Thank you, John, and your team for all of your help with the budget process. I'm excited to be here tonight to talk to you about what's been going on in the technology department, what we have hopefully coming up for next year, and what we were able to accomplish this year as a result of some of the purchases that we made. Our typical things that we're doing is I have a replacement plan for all of our hardware, and we do that. We replace 3 grade levels of students every single year. Chromebooks, each student in the district receives 3 Chromebooks throughout their career. We replace them every 4 years, barring any breakage or anything like that. Sometimes they have a few more. We also replace all of the labs. We have Mac labs in the high school and PC labs in the middle school and the high school. Those are on a replacement plan, and additionally we have all of our faculty and staff throughout the district. Additionally, we have infrastructure replacements. Most of that is being taken care of right now through the capital project. We were able to complete all of the wireless capital upgrades last year and a little bit throughout this year, and we're going to be moving into the wired side of the capital project starting hopefully later this spring. We have one person of our critical staff replacements being approved hopefully tonight. Sam Kamini, he's coming on as our network and security information analyst, and he will be doing a lot of the cybersecurity and server work that we do in the district. As a result of Gary Halpedal's retirement. So we're excited to have him come on and start that shadowing and learning the district. Last year, the district invested in a security operations center, a SOC, and since we've spun that up, we have analyzed billions of events, and we receive probably 400 million every week or two that the system is taking in and it's logging. And as a result of that, we've had about 200 investigations that we've been able to take care of and we identify. Most of the things are associated with users, and we've been able to really become more secure in protecting our information and our network as a result of that tool. So that's something that we did last year, and that's one of our big cybersecurity improvements that I wanted to touch on. Later this spring, where Aspen seems to be ready for a rollout now of Aspen Go, which I talked about probably 2 years ago. And this is the parent version. It's live right now. If people want to check it out, you can log in with your regular username and password. And it's just prettier and easier to use. So this is now live for parents. There, one or two of the things will still bring you back to the traditional Aspen site. I think just when you click on the family, everything else is ready. Next, Aspen is working on the student version of this, so they're going to have a cleaner portal for students to visit. And then finally, they're going to have some upgrades for teachers. So we are excited to see what Aspen is coming up with there. My budget overview ends up being a slight decrease from last year. There's a couple heavier increases in our purchase services, and that's more tied to some of our costs associated with printing. We have about $100,000 decrease in our BOCES services, and that's from an IPA, an installment purchase agreement coming off, and some minor increases in software. Most of that is just due to software companies raising their prices. Additionally, we have a couple pilots going on with some AI software for teachers and students that we're really excited about, because AI is here, so we want our teachers to become familiar with it, and then our students, so we can teach them how to live in a world with AI, because it's here and it's not going away. So that's coming up. Other than that, it's pretty similar from last year. Next, our salaries. Again, most of this is just cost of living, slight increase for summer help and extra help. Most of that is due to just a minor pay increase for our summer helpers. They are our students. They do a great job. We have a lot that come back. And it's a great opportunity for our help desk students in the summer. We actually also have some some graduates from our help desk that are in college, and they come back and they are the level 2 of the summer help, and they're great leaders and role models for our students who get paid to do this work in the summer. Our state aid expenditures, it's a slight decrease from last year, and again, that's mostly due to the installment purchase agreement coming off this year. We do not have any additional requests this year for technology. We are planning to continue as is. And finally, for reductions, we are last year with the 2 critical staffing replacements, one ended up putting on a hold, so we're keeping that one in, and then one is now retiring in May, so we're going to reduce that cost. And that's all. Any questions for me?
Any questions for Erin? No.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
and turn it over to Nick.
Good evening. Hopefully I can be as quick as Aaron was. Where am I going here? There we go. Okay. So again, I'm Nick Insoni. I'm the Director of Facilities. My portion of this presentation is for our operations and maintenance budget. Quick summary of last year as compared to the proposed for this year. Our salaries, again, slight increase due to contractual obligations, which we all experience. We have our equipment and vehicles. There's a substantial decrease there. However, it still meets the needs of the department. We've been very fortunate. The board has treated us very well, and we're in really good shape with our equipment. Utility costs, there's a decrease due to the electric market and our projected use for 24-25. Our contracted services, there's a slight decrease, not as much as I'd like to see, but this year we have building condition surveys are due, and our lead testing for our potable water will happen this year, so we're able to decrease for 24-25. Our special projects, which I'll go over in detail, is relatively flat, just a slight increase due to work that we had planned on both of our high school and middle school pools. Custodial and maintenance supplies, there's increases due to inflation. Everything costs more today. Our BOCES services, which we contract with BOCES, is increased due to higher service rates that they've pushed forward to us for the 24-25 school year. Overall, the operations and maintenance budget is decreased approximately $68,000 from the 23-24 budget. My staffing, I'm fortunate. I currently have one vacancy right now. We're recruiting very hard trying to fill the position, but I have 39 full-time custodial staff with 15 maintenance staff and 4 administrative staff, myself, 2 assistant directors, and a clerical. If you look salaries, again, it's cost of living and contractual obligations. We did reduce our overtime based on historical data, and we're trending, overall our trend is downward. And we're attributing that to being fully staffed. We have good people and they're performing well, and we are planning things differently. So our overtime is decreasing or projected to decrease. So I'll jump into a large portion of the budget is our special projects. I can go through each one of these in detail, but I'll give you just a quick synopsis of what we're requesting. The Slingerlands gymnasium floor needs to be sanded, restriped, and sealed. It hasn't been done in several years. And it has, over the years, had multiple gym floor products that were applied to it, and now it is, we can't remove the floor products without actually sanding it and restriping it. So it's due. Middle school interior directional signage. This was part of our security audit that we had. It's inconsistent throughout the building, and I'd like to change that and install wayfinding and space labeling for the students and to help them navigate the building and for safety as well. Again, at the middle school, room 30, which is a special education room, the bathroom that is servicing our students in that room has an old floor in it, and it's very difficult to maintain the floor. All right, and there's no floor drain, and there's some accidents that occur in there and so on, and it's very difficult to keep it clean and sanitary for the students. So we would want to put an epoxy floor in after we install the floor drain to solve that issue. A big one here is high school athletic field signage. This is for wayfinding signage that will direct visitors to appropriate sports fields. We have a large campus here, as well as the bathrooms, concession stands, and so on. It's important for fire and EMS as well, and the police department. If we have an incident, it's really difficult to figure out which field is 5, 7, 9, etc. So it'll also improve our community relations, because I'm out and about quite often, and a lot of parents have to stop and ask me, do you know where this is? So, we're really interested in getting that, especially since we've made all the changes with our athletic fields, softball and the turf field this year. And then I'm having a hard time seeing. We have solar film that I'd like to continue with our process. The solar film is applied here at the high school. We started on the second floor. It reduces the heat or solar gain for the spaces, and it takes away the glare in the classrooms. It's a lot easier to teach. So we'd like to continue with a line item there. It's $20,000 to continue at the middle school and at the elementary schools. Another project that we'd like to take on this year is entrance security film at the high school. Once we are completed with our capital project this year, all of our main entrances at all of our school buildings will be hardened. And what I mean by hardened, we have controls in place which include a 8mm film on all the glass and an adhesive that is explosion proof. Okay, that allows or disallows folks to just walk up, break a window and walk in. Okay, we have that at every building by the end of this year. What I'd like to do, and I'm proposing, is that we do some alternate entrances here specifically at the high school. For example, the athletics entrance. There's nothing stopping you from just going in that door if you don't use the main entrance, okay? C-Wing, the cafeteria foyer. So I'd like to put this film and harden those entrances as well. Okay, so that's included in this proposal. And then this year, we have to drain the high school and middle school pools. The high school, we need to drain it and repair some tiles in it, replace the high bay lights. We are able to replace all of the lights as part of our operating, except for the 3 down the middle, and they really need to be replaced. And with the pool chemistry, we have to drain the pool every so often, and we're due to remove the total dissolved solids that are in the pool that our chemicals and our water treatment does not remove. Our filtering system does not remove the total dissolved solids. And then we would clean and refill them and have them in operation before program starts. I picked one element here just to give you an idea. So this is our campus, the high school campus. So the reason we want to put the wayfinding or directional signage, we have an expansive 74-acre campus here at the high school. And as you can see, folks are walking from we call it the overflow lot over by the operations and maintenance. They're coming from by the tennis courts and the main entrance. So they have a difficult time finding those fields as they're laid out. And I did an overlay to show you how our fields are currently laid out, and the red dots would indicate where we put the wayfinding podiums, if you will. Next are my requests for equipment and vehicles. The first 4 line items are for routine replacements of custodial cleaning equipment, and it's broken down as follows. We have a standard program where we replace our vacuum cleaners at each building, so I'm asking for 6, 2 for the high school, 2 for Eagle, 2 for Glenmont. The next one is a wet dry vac, 1 for Eagle, that's for doing our floors. And then I'm requesting 6 Doodlebug sticks, and I know somebody's going to ask me, what is a Doodlebug stick? I knew it. I knew it.
Absolutely.
So a Doodlebug is a Swiffer. We have Swiffers. Well, this is a glorified Swiffer. It's a oscillating floor machine.
I see.
Okay, and it's got a square pad instead of the round ones. And as many of us have seen, we've got the big riders, we cruise around the hallways, but you can't fit those in bathrooms, showers, and locker rooms. So these are devices that we use to scrub the floors in those spaces. And it really saves a lot of time, labor, and our solution that we use to clean and disinfect the floors. We did buy one out of operating, and it was proved, we had very positive results at the middle school. It's been working very well, so we want to get some Doodlebug sticks.
Okay, that was a very good answer, but next time I want more entertainment and a little bit of.
I'll bring one.
So I want a little bit of interpretation of what a Doodlebug stick could be.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the big one here is the riding floor machines. We have two that are in excess of 10 years old or really past their useful life. We have replaced the batteries in them several times. Right now, we're experiencing excessive downtime, which really puts a burden on our staff. We're adequately staffed, but when we can't use the floor machine, especially in the wintertime, we have to use the mop. We have to do it the old-fashioned way. So we're on a regular rotation with this as well. Last year, we bought two as well. So those are the equipment requests. I think I skipped one, didn't I? Yeah, the pedestal fans. No, I haven't got there yet. I'm sorry. It's late. So the first was the first half of that was the custodial equipment. Now I'm looking at the maintenance side of it. Pedestal fans. I'm requesting 30 pedestal fans, and this is for use in all school buildings to assist with the ventilation during the cool morning and hot afternoon, or what I call the shoulder months. I'm going to discuss that in detail in a further slide in a minute. Wooden ladders, this is small, but we've been progressively getting rid of our unsafe wooden ladders, aluminum ladders. We really should be using our rated fiberglass ladders. We're down to, 3 buildings, Ellesmere, Glenmont, and the high school. And by purchasing these 7 ladders, that'll finish us off and we'll be safe. A large procurement is for another mower to service the grounds department. We have a Toro 360 lawnmower currently. It's a 2015. So you'd think that it's got some life on it. However, it's the manufacturer of the machine and the repair parts have been discontinued. So an example is spindles for the mower deck and for the axles. We just had to replace them. They said, these are it. It's over. If it breaks, you're done. That would put us in a substantial bind because we're losing a 100-inch mower deck to take care of our 200-plus acres here at Bethlehem. I didn't put this on a slide, but the machine that I'm replacing cost $65,000 in 2015. So I think replacing it with a $35,000 machine in 2021 or 24, excuse me, is pretty good. And it would be comparable to a machine that we currently have. It would be the same machine, and we've had very good luck with service and maintenance. And the last item on here is we're looking to replace one of our fleet flatbed trailers, and that's what we haul our equipment around to do the elementary schools and middle schools. We currently have one, and we can't fit 2 mowers on it, so we have to use 2 trailers to do the same thing. This one is the one with the fenders on board. It's a flat trailer, but it's got the fenders inboard, and it doesn't allow us to bring 2. So we're looking at deck over the wheels. It's just a big flat platform, and that would save time and money. I talked about the pedestal fans. So we have had several meetings, and I know that there's some legislation going on out there about, state ed says we have to maintain heat temperature only. There is no requirement currently or policy on over temperature. So I know that when we opened school here this past September, we had a couple of days of brutal temperatures within the buildings. I met with Jody and some of the folks here, and what we did look into is that we didn't have enough fans throughout the district. So this would assist with ventilation during the shoulder months, as I spoke. That's both spring and fall. We run into this on both occasions, to where we're not in cooling season yet and we're not in heating season, or vice versa. So my recommendation is to purchase 30 of these fans. We did an audit and figured out who needs them and where, and supply each school building with strategically located air movers. And in the photo there's just one of those big fans. Everybody's seen them. And that's to help mitigate the high temperatures inside the building. Stagnant air is just oppressive. When just moving the air around, it does have a positive effect and will really help the faculty and the students teach and learn in the spaces. This is part of, and I'll get to it in a second, but these would work in conjunction with the solar film that we've installed or will be installing as well to lower the temperatures in the building. one of the things that folks ask, why can't you just air condition it? And that's challenging because, D-Wing here at the high school is huge. Each space has its own heater, but has no means of central air handling or a central station. It's not like one unit, I can just put a cooling coil in it and heat the whole wing. So that's a challenge, and we are working, already developing this based on what I'm hearing out with some of the lobbyists and NICET and so on, that we're looking at or considering permanent central station or unitary air conditioning or temperature mitigating HVAC equipment in the future capital projects. All right, so an example is Eagle, because we did have a summer program and there's no way that we could do that in Eagle, and it was easy because it is all central station over there. We put in a couple of cooling coils and we were able to pretty much air condition the entire building. We are very challenged with that capability in the other buildings. That brings me to my last section here is our proposed capital outlay. Again, that's the $100,000 that state ed reimburses us and gives us state aid on. We can spend $100,000 and only $100,000. If you recall last year, the board approved us doing the exterior door monitoring system that goes with a Vigilon. I'm trying to talk fast, I'm sorry. So a Vigilon is our camera, our door access, etc. This is incorporated into a Vigilon, monitors all of our doors, exterior doors, while the building is occupied. And that's a security measure that we put in place. So this year's proposal for 24-25 is to continue this program at the middle school. All right. If you recall, again, there's automatic alert notifications. If you look to the right of the screen, that's what it would look like. We can get text, emails to select administrators or whomever we designate to receive these so that they can go and investigate and mitigate the situation. The installation for the middle school would be the 24-25. However, the elementary schools, we would have to perform out of operating because we can't do multiple buildings, and they're not as large. So $100,000, we wouldn't spend $100,000, so it wouldn't be applicable. We are currently nearing completion here at the high school with the installation. I actually have a meeting tomorrow to make sure the nomenclature is right, and we're going to be putting this online. Total completion date for here is this May, but we're ahead of schedule. So we will be able to test and prove this. Additions to the budget, we are looking to see if we can get approval for a new outdoor high school sign, the one up on Delaware Avenue. Currently, ours is old, outdated. It is got the wrong brand on it. Okay, it does have the signs. Even gas stations now have the electronic. But we have to go out there, and if we want to put a message, somebody's got to stand out there in whatever weather, that far away from the building to do this.
They don't actually make the letters anymore for it. Dave Domel told
well,
me.
Yeah, I'm sure you can find them on eBay, but no, I don't think anybody's really interested in doing that anymore. So we're proposing a $70,000 addition to the budget to replace said sign. We're kind of developing a recommendation for what type of sign. The town of Bethlehem has ordinances on what signs you can and cannot have. A video sign is like a no. All right, but there is the potential for a digital sign as long as it doesn't have a lot of moving parts or a scrolling marquee and it doesn't do circles and so on. Anybody that drives down Central Ave, that's what we can't do. Okay? So if we went with a digital, just a message board, we're right on the edge of what the town ordinance says we can do, but we think that that would be applicable. If not, we have some, I don't have the renderings shown, but there's, the new sign would be slightly larger on masonry pillars. It'd be a little more attractive. It'd be two-sided lighted, and it would incorporate our new brand, et cetera. So that would be a request to the budget. There would be an addition. And then reductions, we only have one line item there, and it was the $15,000 for the pandemic or COVID emergency supplies. We can remove that line item. I think the pandemic's over. That's arguable. But that would be, so the net would be $55,000 add to the budget if we went with the sign and removed this line item. So that being said, I already got ahead of myself. I flipped the slide. So 55,000 if we went forward with the sign, net. And that concludes. Are there any questions for any of the information that I gave?
Anybody have questions for Nick? Oh, Meredith.
I think we've talked about this in the past, and I understand your point about central air conditioning, but I do want to emphasize how debilitating the heat is in some of the classrooms on those very hot days. I myself had to pick up one of my children 4 different times because she overheated. So I would ask if we could have, for the next meeting, if you could estimate, I know you've done an audit, you know which classrooms are the hottest. If we could estimate, if you could just get a number, how much it would cost to get individual or portable air conditioning units in, say, the worst 10% of our classrooms, or something like that. Because I'd rather, I know a sign would be nice, but I'd rather spend that $70,000 on making those classrooms more comfortable, even though it's just, 2 weeks on each end that are really bad. It really makes a difference, especially at the beginning of the year when kids, are new in their classroom and very uncomfortable. So I would just ask if we could at least get that estimate so we know what we're dealing with,
Okay.
how much money that would cost.
Anybody else have questions?
Just to clarify, Mark, you want 10%? Like the top 10%?
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
we do have the
Like the hottest.
data.
Yeah, we know
Yeah,
which
we have-
classrooms are the worst,
Yeah.
so yeah, if
Right.
you could.
If there's a big cutoff at 12%,
Right, yeah.
make it 12%,
Yeah.
right.
Use your own judgment, but
Yeah.
something that, so we know what we're dealing with, our air
The
conditioners.
majority of the spaces are not air conditioned throughout our district, classrooms.
Yes. Right, right.
And again, data has shown, the data that we have has shown that our solar film has helped and so on.
That's
So
great.
we're working toward that. I know that you talked about temporary and portable.
Yeah.
Just to give you a flavor though, for example, to do the high school, we're talking $30 million.
I'm not talking about doing the high school.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I heard what you're saying. I just wanted to let you
Right.
understand
And
the
that's
challenge
information I
that we
want.
have.
Like,
Yeah.
are these window units $200 each, and maybe we could get, 50 of them? I don't know, but we don't know until we have that information.
Nick, it might be helpful also for the areas that the solar film has been installed, because I know that you shared that out with
Yep.
the differential in temperature from those areas than the others. Would be helpful to see that, the difference it does make.
Okay. And then I do have a caveat. I just wanted to, we talked a lot about buses real quickly. So our 3 charger cabinets that will allow us to charge 12 buses are shipping March 28th. And we're currently in the process of installing, our transformer has been, our transformer pad has been installed, et cetera. So we're progressing nicely with that.
I just
Great.
have
Well,
I think it was $100,000 for the Avigilon system in the
Yes.
middle school, is that what it is? Can I just ask that, I know you're just bringing the high school online soon.
Yes.
If there is anything you can share with us prior to finalizing this proposed budget.
Absolutely.
Just about how it turned out at the high school
Okay.
and any sort of immediate interactions with that system before we install it in another building would be good.
I know it's going to be a change, because some folks are, it's going to be inconvenience for some folks, but that's why we're doing it, because we have a security issue, and, I think it's going to work kind of like the Yonder pouches, honestly. Early on, people are going to be apprehensive about it, but we're going to learn to keep the doors shut, and because you're going to get nagged for not having it shut. So, let me just make a quick note.
Catherine, you have a question?
I just wanted to say again, a word of thanks. The capital project continues and everything just looks great. Your folks and your team and their teams and their teams and their teams, are all doing good work, so thank you.
Thank you. And again, if you have an opportunity near Slingerlands, the LMC, I think you'll be surprised pleasantly. And the fax rooms, that's something that we didn't talk about. Our fax classrooms are in service and occupied. We're waiting on our countertops to put the fax kitchen. So we're this close. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know it's been a long night. There's a lot of information that has been shared. I want to again thank my friends and colleagues from transportation, technology, and O&M, and providing some updates to the board and the public. I wanted to just go over 3 quick summary slides in terms of where we started today and where we're actually ending here tonight in terms of the budget presentation. Our baseline, the initial gap was roughly $2.9 million. On the administrative side, we're adding $50,000 associated with the digitalization of employee records. Transportation, a net decrease of $62,000, predominantly associated with the elimination of a vacant telematics specialist. Technology, a decrease of $115,000 associated with a senior systems network technician. Operations and maintenance, which Nick just presented, is a net increase of $55,000, which brings the adjusted baseline and gap as of tonight at $2,783,000, which would result in a current tax levy increase of just over 3.9%. As a reminder to the public that on May 21st, voters will have the opportunity to not only vote on the operational budget for 24-25 and any associated ballot propositions, but there will be 2 members running for the Board of Education for a 3-year term expiring June 30th, 2027. Nominating petitions will be made available on February 21st from the district clerk, and all petitions are due by April 21st at 5 o'clock in the evening. Jody sort of presented this quickly during her State of the Schools in terms of where the next meeting schedule looks like in terms of budget development. On March 6th, we'll follow up with any Q's and A's. We'll talk a little bit more about the transportation open questions, athletics, and Dr. Len Keys from the athletics department will present his budget. Dr. Hurst will go and provide a detailed presentation on instructional programs. On March 20th, food service, decisions and additional discussion on the adoption of anything that will be on the ballot. May 8th is the public hearing on the proposed budget. May 15th will be a Meet the Candidates night if it's a competitive contest, as well as May 21st will be the budget vote from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that is all I have on budget development for tonight.
Any final questions for John?
I'm tempted to make a joke, but I won't.
No. Okay. Thank you. And thank you to everybody who put all that material together for us tonight. We appreciate it. Next on the agenda is our recognition of public comment on an agenda item. As a reminder, the board uses the public comment period as a chance to listen to concerns, but will not debate issues or enter into a question and answer session. And it is also important to remember that no one should discuss individual district personnel. Speakers are encouraged to provide the board with a written copy of their comments, but that is not required. I do have a list. I thank you for signing in, so I'm going to go through that, and then at the end I will call for anybody who has not yet spoken, who did not have a chance to sign in on the list. I'm going to call 2 people at a time, sort of who's up and then who's next. So if you're the person who's next, if you can kind of come up so that you're ready to go. I think that would help expedite things. Just make sure you state your full name when you come up to the microphone. And as a reminder, every speaker has a 3-minute limit. And John Walston, after our last meeting, gifted me with a timer, so I don't need to rely on my phone anymore and signaling people. So you may hear beeping. If for some reason I'm technologically incapable of using this, then I will revert to my phone. First on my list is Lisa McCarthy. I don't know if they're not here anymore, I will just continue on. Scott Garno. followed by, I think looks like LaSalle Crows.
Small enough.
Lisa LaCour, Lisa LaCroix, something like that.
Lisa LaCroix.
Who is here? Thank you. Let's see.
All right, good evening. My name is Scott Garno. I'm the parent of 2 lab school students, one a senior and one a sophomore. At the last board meeting, I spoke to remind you about the Board of Regents Blue Ribbon Commission's recommendations. In the interest of it being almost 11 o'clock, I will skip the recap of that. However, 10 days after our last time together, Times Union reporter Ms. Moore published another article that stated that a high school senior this month worked amid top secret fabrication projects for Universal Studios, Disney, and major theatrical companies. And she did this internship because of some passions that she had and wanted to explore. Now, this article was about a Tech Valley student, but I would argue that we could exchange that particular person in that particular school with pretty much any lab school student. The goal is to find the perfect combination of what people love, what they're good at, and what they could get paid to do, and what the world needs. And it's an approach that the State Department of Education is now embracing as it moves toward project-based learning and reduces the emphasis on tests. Lab school students, I would argue, have been doing this for 30 years. This is nothing new here at Bethlehem. And all of this, I'm going to wrap it up real quick, is to go back to my point that I made last time. Please don't close down a program that emphasizes research papers and projects. Don't close down a program that has been exemplary at helping create graduates who are critical thinkers and effective communicators. Don't close down a program that is built around projects, research, and experiential learning. Don't close down a program that already includes an extensive internship experience that the State Board of Regents is moving towards. You guys have the ability and the authority to do this, and I encourage you to keep the lab school program. And with that, I'll end.
And after Lisa will be Arthur Siegel.
Good evening. I'm a parent of a 10th grade student at Bethlehem Lab School. Bethlehem Lab School was created 32 years ago by a group of teachers that had a vision that there could be an opportunity for people to learn in a different environment, a school within a school, and that was supported by the administration at the time, which was Les Loomis, who was the superintendent, another one of our neighbors, and the high school principal. But it wasn't without challenges to create it, and Lab School has evolved over time, and there's always been challenges with Lab School, but it's worth it. It's been a program that's worked for 32 years, and you saw a passionate group of people from the community. The last time we were here, lots of people whose kids graduated 15 years ago still wanted to come back and tell you how valuable Lab School was. That Lab School was created in 1992 by a vote of the Board of Education. And there were other votes of the board. For example, there was a time a couple of years in when there was a staffing disagreement between the Lab School folks and the administration, and the administration wanted to do one thing, the Lab School wanted to do another. It came to the board voted with the Lab School folks. So the idea that this doesn't require action by the board, I just don't think that holds water. I don't think it's a curriculum change. It's eliminating a program. It's a school within a school. It's a program. So I just think, that's for you guys to decide, I guess, but I would, be asking the question about what your authority is in this, because I think it is up to you, and I think, if you eliminate Lab School, it'll be because you eliminate Lab School. So, ask yourself if you want to do that. This is a program with a lot of history, a long history, a lot of success. It's very popular in the community. I would recommend that you read the book before you eliminate the program. It's called The School Within Us. You can get it on Amazon. I'm willing to lend my copy if anyone wants it. Very interesting book about the development of the program. And all the challenges along the way. And there were challenges. There were challenges that there were teachers that didn't like the idea that this was happening with other teachers. Some thought the Lab School teachers were working too hard and they were doing too much work after hours with all these, field trips and other things. And they were worried that the administration would come to expect other teachers to do that. And some teachers thought the lab school teachers weren't working hard enough. So there's always been this push and pull and challenge. And to the point of whether the lab school teachers are working hard enough, let me just say there was a slide a couple weeks ago that suggested, boy, it's not fair because of the FTEs of the lab school teachers. The lab school teachers teach a research class, which is very intensive and requires a ton of work. The lab school teachers take kids on field trips. So they're away from their family. They're devoting a lot of their own personal time to the kids. And the one-on-one relationships between the kids and all the fundraising and everything else that happens, believe me, the district is getting its money's worth with the lab school teachers. I don't think it's really a defensible argument to the contrary. And honestly, it was a little bit shocking to see a slide suggesting, boy, they're only teaching this many students, so it's not enough. We're not getting our money's worth out of them. So I just want to speak about that. The research class is one of the reasons colleges love lab school students. These students arrive at college with research writing and presentation skills that outmatch their high school peers from general programs. And that's one of the reasons I wanted my son to participate in this program, because of the one-on-one, the kind of work that these kids are doing. It's not a science research program. I know the school has one of those. My kid's not interested in science. It's really a student-driven research program. The kids pick something they're interested in. I heard your button. And just let me say, there are lots of other classes that have low enrollment, and I think it's great. We have advanced graphic design. We have 6 kids in that class, right? We have AP classes that don't have more than 13 kids. That's great. I'm not saying we shouldn't have those things. I think we're a district with enough resources that we can offer these programs to kids. And the idea that we're diminishing and taking things away, I don't really understand. We're not under-resourced. We have a very supportive community. I still don't know what the problem is. I still haven't figured out why we're doing this. And that's been a little bit of shifting sands. And my last point is, I'm delighted to have been here tonight for the budget presentation. And I applaud the incredible transparency of your maintenance person who got up here and told you before they purchased the vacuum cleaners and the whatever the doodly bug things are, that they were going to purchase those. To me, there's a lot of contrast between people who get up and tell you they're going to purchase a vacuum cleaner and they want your approval before they do it, and an announcement that happened in January from the administration that they're eliminating a program. They haven't come before you guys and asked you, and they haven't involved the community in that. There's been no transparency about it. I just find that deeply ironic, and I think that's something you guys should be thinking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Arthur, and then next is Katie Quinn.
Good evening. I was originally going to speak tonight about the ways in which the administration has been responsible for gradually dismantling the lab school program over the years, and how the health and vitality of the program could be restored simply by restoring what's been removed from it. But since we've all been treated to some of the details of board policy, I'd like to turn to that instead. Specifically, I'd like to raise the issue of authority. Board policy appears to give authority to the superintendent to approve curriculum change. However, the Commissioner of Education has repeated in multiple opinions that school boards have, quote, broad authority to prescribe the course of study on matters of curriculum, and that responsibility for making curriculum-related decisions rests with the Board of Education. The board policy that we were told about also notes that responsibility for determining what constitutes curricular change falls on the principal and assistant superintendent. However, this seems to me like something of a conflict of interest. After all, do these individuals not report directly to the superintendent? If the superintendent's of a mind to view the dissolution of lab school as a curricular change, which is clearly the case, then it's difficult to see how these individuals can do anything other than define it in just that way. It seems like an effectively self-serving process. And this brings me to the proposed committee. Even though alternative cohort-based opportunities is presented only as an option, given the apparent pushback by the administration in recognizing the board's authority in this matter, and the administration's repeated insistence that the program has no future, it would seem that termination is in fact its real intent. And who are the administrators on the committee? Who are these teachers and counselors? Will the committee be composed of individuals hostile to lab school? Again, this seems like a potential conflict of interest. Wouldn't it make more sense to include those who actually want to see the program succeed? And who makes the final approval of the committee's recommendation? Is it the board? There doesn't appear to be any indication from what was presented on the slide that the process is going to go any further than the recommendation to, and undoubtedly de facto approval by the superintendent. The overall appearance of this, the administration's actions, and interpretation of policy of an effort to seems like an effort to circumvent the board's authority and avoid a vote. But the board was meant to have final authority in such matters. They represent the community that elected them, and a large portion of that community wants lab school to continue. How did we get to a place where an unelected administrator gets to have carte blanche authority to make decisions of such import? Lab school was created by a vote of the board, and if it comes to it, then the board's fate should also be subject to one as well. Thank you.
Nice timing. I'm Katie Quinn. I am the parent of an 11th grade lab school student, and I am just still wondering, I don't understand this, if the administration determines that lab school is in such a perilous state that it must be at best paused, why was it allowed to get to this point without a concerted effort to engage stakeholders and solve the challenges before it hit this wall? Why the 10 years of relative indifference? This lack of formal reevaluation to me seems even more egregious when one reviews the report on lab school to the board given on February 3rd, 2016. It was stated then that a goal of the lab school committee would be, and I quote, to put a plan in place so that there is an assessment of the program every so often, so we're not waiting 10 or 15 years before we're reevaluating the program. And as part of the recommendations for moving forward, the importance of evaluating on a regular basis, just like we do with all of our programs, was stressed. Has this come to pass? It would seem not. Under these circumstances, I have to say that I'm perplexed by the administration's unyielding stance on the lab school issue. There's not a budgetary deficit driving this. It's been presented simply as a matter of low enrollment. But there are other creative ways to approach the problem of low numbers while maintaining the current 9th graders in the program. If there are to be 6 or 7 sophomores next year, and I would say there could be more with transfers in and a good recruitment effort, why can't some of the students from the general high school be brought in to share an English and social studies class to round out the numbers you're looking for? This could be a short-term solution while the new committee does its work over the next year. There is a committed and passionate group of parents, students, and alumni who want nothing more than to work with the administration to reinvigorate our wonderful, long-standing lab school. Saying that our input will be considered is not the same thing as giving us a seat at the committee table. In 2014, there was parent and student participation on the committee, so why not this time too? Especially given the clear demonstration of the depth of our concern. If the district plans to form another lab school committee at this juncture, then the following caveat needs to remain forefront. The last time the committee retooling model was tried, it was ultimately unsuccessful in reinvigorating the lab school. Why? Because many of the elements that had made the program successful over the previous 20-year period were subsequently and systematically chipped away. These actions included removing French and Spanish from the lab school, while not prioritizing the careful scheduling that would require. Jettisoning the highly effective 8th grade assemblies led by charismatic lab school students and a charismatic coordinator, and instead switching to a much more hands-off, plain vanilla marketing approach. Third, discontinuing the week-long junior-senior class research trip that used to take place going to Key West and Costa Rica, apparently for 1 year. Discontinuing the remaining field trips to conventional one-day affairs. Fewer events that make lab school unique, like press clubs and community meetings. And although it was stated earlier that volunteering is not going away, I'm concerned about that because as per the email to parents from the superintendent on January 24th, 2024, quote, for the remainder of this year, the lab school community service requirement is unchanged, but beginning in 2024-25, the requirement will no longer be tracked as closely. However, we encourage your community service to continue as you develop a well-rounded resume. This last point seems to me to be glaring and alarming, because volunteering in community service has been at the heart of the lab school experience since its inception. Molding students into capable and committed citizens has been one of its core goals. And so now it seems that the administration by this is telegraphing its lack of commitment to the continuation going forward. I'd like to add that we need to keep in mind the importance of the cohort model, not just as the cohort of an individual grade, but that the entirety of the lab school is the cohort that is important here, because it was premised on being a single community of learners across the grades working together. So if the incoming 8th grade class is small, that's going to affect all the 8th grade classes, and it's not just lab school, so that shouldn't be used as a justification to eliminate the recruitment of a new freshman lab school class. Once the lab school cohort is halved, as it would be under this plan, it's not just putting things on hold while a committee pauses when we reevaluate this. This putting on hold essentially constitutes a significant destruction of the lab school and the ideal of its formation. I would point out that there's a reason that there are a lot of us who have children in the program that are educators here in the district and surrounding districts. It's because we value this school within a school model. And this should be telling us something. So it's in the board's discretion to save lab school if it chooses to do so. Please be the board that will be remembered for choosing to build on the history and acting to reinvigorate this, rather than the board that will be remembered for closing it without fighting to save it. Just as unfortunate would be to condemn the program to slow death by a pro forma committee comprised of less than enthusiastic administrators and teachers trying to force it into a mold it wasn't cut out for. Thank you, and thank you for the extra time.
Rob Cole, and then Dennis Whitford.
Good evening, or soon-to-be good morning. I'm Rob Cole, parent of a lab school freshman and also a 6th grader at the middle school. I do have some prepared remarks, but before I get to those, I just want to mention that the video highlighting the benefits of the Yonder Pouch was very inspiring, and it's been pointed out to me that all of the shots within classrooms, not necessarily the hallways, but within classrooms, of all the great collaboration happening between students were lab school classes. So, you know, the image of all the great collaboration that the district puts on display, that is lab school. The next thing is about the way in which the 9th grade families, and I'm one of them, were surveyed by the guidance counselors about intentions, the way those questions were set up, and the way and timing in which they were asked were very unfair. So we were said, oh, will you commit to being in this program if there's at least 10 people? In full knowledge that the current freshman class doesn't even have 10 people for next year. It's already under that threshold. So if I'm the one person, right? There was one person who said yes, but I won't agree to a threshold. That's me, because it was a gotcha moment. Like, oh, this person said they'd be okay if it had to be 10. It's already not 10, right? So it's unfair in that respect. Also, the fact that people are saying no, that they're not going to continue, well, look at the environment we're in. We're already dealing with a hostile administration to the program that's already declared that it's closed, and a lot of other uncertainties. The program has, had various things taken it away over the years. The field trips have changed. So I don't blame kids for looking at the current program and families looking at the current program and saying, well, in this uncertain circumstance, I'm not sure I want to stick around. But if we had an administration that fully supported the program, was enthusiastic about the program, who was committed to finding the right person to promote the program, and I'm sorry, David Lendrum is an amazing teacher.
You could.
Sorry.
Thank you.
The lab school coordinator, there we go, is a great teacher, but not, yeah, whatever.
Thank you.
He's not. The people involved in selling the program have not been effective in selling it. There have been people involved in selling the program previously who are much more effective in selling it. The right staffing needs to be found to sell the program. Hopefully, I'm sorry, it's after 11, but I apologize. Anyway, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Dennis Whitford, followed by Tom White.
Hi, I'm Dennis Whitford. I'm a parent of a lab school sophomore and a disappointed 8th grader. Just to clarify a comment, I know there was a wait list for the current sophomore class. So that was the last time that lab school had a wait list. So I had prepared remarks. I'm not going to make them because it's late. My son joined into lab school based on the academic prestige of the program, something to set him apart from other students at a great school. What we came to find in lab school was a community. And I know that's probably immeasurable. You can't put a grade point on that. But a committee can't take into account anything with that. What we can do is express what that community means to our students, to our parents, and to our community at large. Mental health right now is a crisis. We're coming out of a pandemic that is traumatic for children, and maybe are a little uncomfortable being in a large group of people that constantly is changing. I know that's true for my children. And I apologize, I'm not a public speaker. I didn't go to lab school, so and it's emotional for me because we're all talking about our children. So having a smaller class and people that he sees the same people all the time, that's therapeutic, and I think it's therapeutic for a lot of our kids. And you can't place any number on that. We can just say that it's invaluable, and it's part of a pillar of Bethlehem. It's a part of what makes this a great place. And if we want to be number one, we want to be great at everything, that's a pillar of that. Let's not diminish that. Fight to keep it open. It seems like there's things that we can do that can move that forward. And if we pause it, it's going to diminish that community for my sophomore, who will be by himself in that grade level. That's going to be that community. That community will be diminished. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I apologize, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom White, a parent of a graduate of lab school. And I sent in an email the other day, so I'll just summarize that and then highlight a couple other things. First, I want to thank everyone for their patience. I want to thank the analysis that Mr. McNay did, talking as a scientist myself, to really look at that hypothesis about whether the enrollment is really decreasing. And I think a related hypothesis that has come up is that there's no way to continue this, that it must be paused, that there's no way to keep it running and bring in new classes at doing that. And I don't think the data support that hypothesis either. I think that what we've seen is challenges in recruitment, retention, and scheduling. I hear the scheduling explanation surprises me a little bit, but even with the scheduling issue, we're seeing multiple strategies for being able to address the recruitment side, which I think can be tested out. There's no good sense at this point of what the incoming 8th grade class could look like. There hasn't been much discussion about trying to recruit from the rest of the school body. So there seem to be multiple viable paths for being able to address recruitment. And retention should get better now that the grade average and the behavioral standards have been put in place. So it really does feel, from a scientific perspective, premature to close it. The one other thing I just wanted to highlight as another appeal for the recruitment side is the field trips. And there are many that have sort of disappeared, but I think another challenge is the cost that's happened, because it used to be that there was an alternate vendor that we used to be able to run the field trips who was much more cost effective than the current vendor. which also then becomes a deterrent. And so as you're looking at, empowering this program to continue, I want to make sure that and if the board does vote to allow it to continue, it is in the board's ultimate authority to choose to do that, to ensure that the lab school program coordinator is empowered to truly be able to do the kind of marketing that's appropriate and run the kind of cost-effective field trips and do the other sorts of outside activities that are really much of the draw for this. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paul Bassenson, followed by Jonathan Fishbein.
I'm really tired. So, all right, well, this time I came prepared for my remarks. I am a member of the, oh, sorry, can everybody hear me? There we go, there we go. Okay, let's just a little bit. I'm a member of the lab school class of 2005 who attended the meeting on the 7th. And thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I think I've earned it at this point. Why am I back, you may ask? Well, to keep showing up. There is power behind repeated showings in person. Given that I graduated high school nearly 20 years ago, and have now made multiple efforts to show my support for lab school, I think that sends a pretty strong message in support of this program, right? It is highly encouraging to see such a substantial turnout, especially at this hour, for the second time in support of such a wonderful program. Being the historian I am, I could regale you with epic tales of shared joys, sorrows, and the richness of life itself through community meetings held in this very room. Day 7, the infamous Junior Day, Camp Jinjacook, Silver Bay, Washington, D.C., especially 2002, Philadelphia, and Boston, especially 2003. In fact, my roots as an historian began here in lab school, with one classmate later writing that his first impression of me was, "He knows every date ever." Hope you're watching, Andrew. Hook me up! And call me your Aunt Sally. I believe I had the privilege of attending lab school during its golden age, although I'm sure many others could say the same thing for their graduating classes. I like to believe its glory has never faded, and for me, it never will. I stand before you all tonight, Bethlehem Board of Education and audience members, as a living, breathing testament to the lasting power of non-blood related family. It is this sentiment I will carry with me for all the rest of my days. Oh, and one more thing, Mr. Smith, Mrs. King, even though I read directly off of note cards for this presentation, please give me a 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan, followed by Brian Rose.
Before I start my prepared remarks, I just want to touch on something that was said earlier, and that was about the field trips. While the field trips do rely on the teachers, when a former principal was here and was trying to get rid of the lab school trips, a former assistant superintendent stated that those trips have always been part of lab school curriculum. So I think that's something that the board didn't know and should know. As far as the committee that you're talking about forming, if the goal of the proposed lab school committee is to create a sustainable lab school program for the long term, then I applaud the goal and the creation of the committee. But how will the committee members be selected? The last time we had a committee, a good majority of the people on that committee were not people that were friendly to lab school. If you're going to have a committee to try and create a sustainable lab school program, you need people that want the program in the school. If you have people that are not in favor of the program, you're going to get that result. So with that said, I'm hoping that the committee includes members that do support 100% the idea of a sustainable lab school program. The goal and charge of the committee should be to find a sustainable way forward for lab school that includes all the components that made it successful in its first 22 years. What we've done in the last 10 years, or maybe 12 years, is to chip away at it piece by piece. We've taken away the electives, and I understand that people will disagree with that, and I'm almost to the point where I'd say probably not having the electives in was a good decision. But after that, language was taken away, first French, then Spanish, then the next drop-off in interest was when memory fades at this hour. When the lab school coordinator was replaced. And we keep putting nails in this coffin. This committee, if passed as prologue, the former committee from 10 years ago, there were not too many people in favor, as I said. That committee continued the downward trajectory, and we have what we have now. We've not taken care of lab school over the last decade. So by asking a committee to find a sustainable way forward and including those stakeholders and the school committee members that support the idea of a sustainable lab school, this board will ensure that either the lab school continues or those that most support the lab school determine that a sustainable lab school is no longer possible. By the way, I don't believe that. I think it is possible. And I think it is possible for this board to do just that. Finally, I cannot comment about the policy that was put up because what I would have to say would have to be done in a letter. I will do that to the board within the next week. But this board clearly has the authority to make this decision. It is not left up to the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, followed by Dave Coop.
Good evening. Brian Rose. I'm a parent of a current 10th grader in lab school and an 8th grader who's disappointed. I want to thank the board member who presented a detailed reanalysis of the enrollment data because those comments mirrored very closely a lot of my thoughts and conversations that have happened among the concerned parents. It looks pretty clear to me, along the lines of the comments we heard tonight, that the enrollment data just don't support the weight of this unilateral decision to close a program. We've also heard tonight the superintendent say directly, there is no number of committed current 8th graders who might want to come into the program that would change the decision. So even if we had 100 kids tomorrow on that wait list, apparently that's not enough. So it seems quite clear from all of that that enrollment is not really driving this decision. I don't know what is. I just have a strong sense that we're not really being told the full set of reasons. And I would like this board to take that thought and dig into it and find out before action is taken to form a committee to investigate the future of lab school. I think that this board should find out what's really going on, why the administration has taken this action now, because I don't think the justifications we've been given add up. I had another thought, but it's 11:30 and it's gone, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Dave, followed by Jude.
Okay, I had a couple prepared comments. One thing that came up in conversation I just wanted to mention, with the field trips, as I understand it right now, people are really forced to use one company, and like to go to Boston for a 3-day trip, it's $2,200. There are other companies people have mentioned that have to be a better choice. I recommend that you look into that a little bit further. With regard to, some people have already said this, I'm glad that Ewan took a look at some of the information. One of my points before was seniors, juniors, 13 per class, COVID. Sophomores, 23, representative year. Freshmen would have been a representative year had there not been a bunch of scheduling irregularities or things that could be improved upon. That's 21 kids in the last two classes. Seems premature to me to kill a program post-COVID when you're not necessarily off the right trajectory. And we didn't even, as other people have said, there wasn't due process and good faith effort to say this program is going to die if we don't get like 30 kids in the next class. We didn't even try to get a next class. And it's going to be really, if we wanted to try right now to show that, yeah, the enrollment could be 25 again, 21 again, we're kind of like killing ourselves by what we've announced it's dead, and people are moving on. So it seems like the decision was unilateral, it was without due process, there wasn't a good faith effort to involve stakeholders in the process, and to actively try to say, we need to go do something to have a robust enrollment in the program for the next year, or the program needs to go on pause. That never happened. It just, a decision was made, here we are. So I invite you as the board, because I agree with what a lot of our people have said, this is really your decision. This is not a curriculum change. The board voted to create the program. You ought to weigh in about whether you want it to end. And I certainly hope that you don't. And then one final thing that you've heard from other people, I agree, is that this committee, if there's going to be a committee to look at how to improve the program or come up with other changes, it really needs to involve parents. Because right now the list of people here all report to the administration. There's no people who are the customers of this program who are involved directly on the committee. And there were in the previous committee and in other committees that have been created. So I really invite you to require the parents be allowed to be on this committee. Thank you.
It's past Jude's bedtime, and I'm her father, so if it's okay, can I, without objection,
Please.
can I? Okay.
And then, is Leah also?
Leah has been asleep for many hours now.
Okay. And then after Leah is Julia Siegel.
Great. Thank you. So first it was the enrollment numbers, and that didn't even hold up to even a modicum of scrutiny. And then it was a lack of community. Second board meeting in a row, we're here past 11, and we can do it again if this is what it's going to come to. Obviously, the community feels very strongly about this, and not only that, about how it's been done. It is pretty transparent to try to make this a curriculum decision, which in the minds of the administration keeps it 100% in their hands, bypassing the board and the community. The only public comments that I have heard in support of closing the program came from the head of the teachers union. It doesn't take a great leap of logic to surmise that this movement to close the lab school is significantly being driven by the teachers union. It is no secret that many teachers in the district are not happy with lab school as they do, and we know this because many of them don't mind sharing their opinion with the students from time to time. Gentleman was just up here a few minutes ago asking for your guidance to buy a shop vac and a big fan, like me on Sunday morning talking to my wife before I go to Lowe's. Okay? And they're closing down a major program that has served this district very well for decades. And we're just going to do that with one person's doing it and then putting together a committee of people that, if not directly, eventually do work for the head of the administration. That is not transparent. As a lab school parent, we're very frustrated with the lack of transparency, the patronizing, the lip service, and quite frankly, it is a mockery of the democratic ideals of our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Siegel. I'm a junior in lab school. I would definitely say that this program has changed me for the better. I've known most of my classmates for like 2.5 years now, but I feel like I've known them my whole life since I'm with them for over half the day, and I'm sure that's applicable to pretty much every other student in lab school. So the other day, I actually spent my free period in Mr. Lundham's room doing research on previous enrollments in lab school using past lab school yearbooks from like 2007. And I found that there were an average about 4 people per year dropping out. But with that 4 people, I also saw that there were 2 or 3 new people per year, keeping an average stable from about 22 through 27 people with an occasional outlier. Up to, I would say, about 2019, which is, well, we know when COVID happened. And now in middle school, I got a lot of anxiety participating in class, and I was afraid to raise my hand. I was afraid I was going to get judged for getting an answer wrong. But in lab school, I don't have to do that because they're my people, and I feel comfortable with voicing my opinion, and I don't think if it wasn't for lab school, I wouldn't have been able to come up and talk to you guys. It definitely took some more effort than I would have wanted to ask my 8th grade teachers to recommend me for lab school classes rather than Regents and Honors, which is what I was recommended for, and I had to kind of convince them to put me in a lab school program due to scheduling issues. I stated this last time, but I have to do chemistry in the bigger BCHS this year. This was not my idea. This was only because this was the only time that my level of French was offered, and I did not want to give up French because I'm super passionate about it. But by taking this class, I've definitely noticed a difference in the dynamic of its classes, lab school classes, and then BCHS classes in general. I only have one other friend in chemistry, and I get much more shy and anxious participating. And I'm going to wrap things up by saying we can't solve a problem by running away from it. We need to solve by helping it. Thank you.
And last on my list, I have Christine back.
Christine Beck, for everybody who doesn't know me. So first, I think that Jody is being a little unfairly demonized, and that you have good intent for the students in this school. So I know that. They may not know that, but I know that. And so I came here very sad tonight. It just brought up a lot of memories. I've ran for the school board 5 times, and I've been on this board for 9 years. I sent you all a lovely flow chart that I worked really hard on. And I thought to myself, I've been complicit in all of this. And this is not what, nobody, Jody or Dave or anybody related to curriculum or lab school or the thought of this ever once came to me. I'm like a historian, for God's sake. I've seen the changes. We got up here tonight and we talked about language. No parent asked for language to be taken out of the program. That is maybe a misunderstanding, but it's why I ran for the school board. So I'm very clear on language was taken out and it crushed the framework of lab school. It caused scheduling issues. We took out community service projects where 6 kids would get together and raise $1,000. That was gone. Now the field trips, you're saying it's up to the teachers. No, it was part of the curriculum. They went to one of those cities every year. They went to Boston, Philadelphia, DC, Williamsburg. They went to New York City once a year. They did 2 cap rep projects. Nobody ever asked me once in all of this time that I've been on the school board about what we could do to help this program. And I feel really bad because I'm part of the decision why there's 8 kids in this class and they're all crying about not being able to do it the next year. I was part of that decision. So I feel really horrible about it because I love this program more than anybody. I have my son's wedding coming up. We had the lab school table. It is important, it's meaningful, and I think there's a way that we can, maybe the freshman class could be integrated in a different way. It might be a little bit different, but I think if we put the efforts in recruitment and get the right people involved in it right now, right this minute, we could do it. But we have to want to do it. You have to want to do it. You have to want to do it, Dave. We have to look at the schedule. We have to say, Dave Rounds, guess what? We're going to support this for the next 4 years while we try. All right, sorry, head of the teachers union, sorry. All I'm saying is we didn't do what we needed to do. And that's all I can say. And I'm willing to come in. I'm willing to be the committee person. I'll be the loudest committee person you ever met. I'll come in and explain my flow charts for an entire day. If I quizzed every single one of you on the Board of Education, Dave Hurst and Jody, I don't think you could get the answers right. I don't think you could. And that's pretty sad that we're canceling a program that nobody in this room could even say what it is, how it functions, what's part of it, what's not part of it, what's changed, what hasn't changed. We're like the black sheep. Like nobody has ever taken the time to actually understand it. Who here has been to a lab school banquet? Who has gone to Chingachgook or Silver Bay? Who has been a part of this amazing community? Nobody. Nobody has ever taken the time. And you know what? My son is not a weirdo. He's amazing. He's got a lot of friends. It was a great program. It's still a great program. Things need to change. That's all I got to say.
Is there anybody else who was not on the list who would like to address the board? Now is the time.
Holly, could I say one thing that's not related to lab school?
If you're really quick.
I'll be very quick. There was a comment about pre-K, and I don't understand why the district doesn't have space for pre-K when we have so many less students than we did in 2006. And I think it's something that we might want to look into. It just was a thought that occurred to me when that was discussed.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, oh, I'm sorry.
It's a hot mic, sorry. I've seen a lot of people here who seem to care a lot about the lab school, but I
If you
feel
could
like
state your name, please.
Ethan Burke, 2010 alumnus. I feel like it's in good hands from what I've seen. Just want to sing a bit. Many's the time I've been mistaken, and many times confused. Yes, and I've often felt forsaken, and certainly misused. Oh, but I'm alright, just weary to my bones. Still, you don't expect to be bright and bon vivant, so far away from home, so far away from home. I don't know a soul who's not been battered. I don't have a friend who feels at ease. I don't know a stream that's not been shattered or driven to its knees. Oh, but we're alright. We're alright, for we lived so well so long. Still, when I think of the road we're traveling on, I wonder what's gone wrong. I can't help but wonder what's gone wrong. And I dreamed I was dying. I dreamed in my soul rose unexpectedly, looking back down at me, smiled reassuringly. And I dreamed I was flying, and high up above my eyes could clearly see the Statue of Liberty sailing away to sea. And I dreamed I was flying. Oh, we come on a ship they call the Mayflower. We come on a ship that sailed the moon. We come in the age's most uncertain hours and sing an American tune. Oh, but it's alright. It's alright, it's alright. We can't be forever blessed. Still, tomorrow's gonna be another working day, and I'm trying to get some rest.
Thank you.
That's all I'm trying, to get some rest.
Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else? Okay. Item 6 on our agenda, action items. A, finance action items. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the following finance action items 1 through 3.
All these please separate.
Is there one in particular?
2.
You would like to isolate number 2?
Yep.
It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the following finance action items 1 and 3.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the following finance action item number 2.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just noting again, I don't think the level of detail allows us to assess this properly.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? That carries. B, professional personnel action items. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the following professional personnel action items 1 through 8.
So moved. Second.
Question.
Yes.
Like, are we changing something about the flag football? We're just now approving the people?
The
We approved the
appointments.
program?
You approve
thank
the appointments and the positions.
Okay.
So no, these are the actual
Oh,
appointments.
thank you so much. Sorry about that. Yep, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries. Congratulations to Jim Smith. And thank you for hanging out for our meeting tonight. C, support personnel action items. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the following support staff action items 1 through 11.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries. D, other action items. I'm going to preempt what I'm pretty sure is your request
Thank you.
to separate out item number 3. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the following action items 1 and 2.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries. It is recommended by the superintendent that the Board of Education approve the following action item number 3.
So I'm going to move to modify that.
So let's put a motion on the table first. So,
Sure.
did you move?
So moved.
And I need a second.
Second.
Okay. And now you would like to move to?
Modify that
To
resolution.
amend the resolution?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that, so we can have the
Okay.
discussion.
Thank you. So the point, being raised about possible inclusion of lab students in other classes is a good one. We note that in passing. But after looking at the data, as we discussed earlier, after listening closely to all of this qualitative feedback from the community, I conclude that interrupting and disrupting this lab school program for the next school year would be an error and is not supported by the facts. So, I move to modify the proposal as follows. After the word counsellors, comma, insert the word parents, comma, on members of the community required to be part of this committee. At the end of the proposal, add the following text. As part of this data gathering, current 8th graders should have an assembly presentation from current lab school members prior to their being asked about enrollment desires from 9th grade. The lab school community should be offered the chance to follow through on their discussion of whether enrollment would, in fact, markedly increase with their support and efforts. It is further recommended and moved that in order to best preserve the current areas of strength within the program and ensure the best foundation for the committee's subsequent recommendations, that during the period of this committee, the current lab school program shall remain in operation and that priority be given to minimizing conflicts between lab school core courses and courses outside the lab school, particularly foreign languages and advanced mathematics. Motions.
Do you have that
Do we have that-
typed up in a way that you can send to Brittany and have her pull
That
up
she
on the
could
screen?
post
I'd
it?
love to if I'm legally allowed to do so.
Yeah,
Sure.
Some way that we can see it
If you just,
would
if
be
you
helpful.
email Brittany, she can put it up on the screen. It's an amendment that you're
Yes.
proposing, so that would be
That's legit? Cool.
completely appropriate, yeah.
Because I don't think otherwise
You
it's
didn't memorize that? Okay.
And while she's doing that, the gist of your proposal, if I heard it, is that 8th graders would have a chance to both have an assembly and to express interest in enrolling. 9th grade, current 9th graders, next grade 10th graders would continue in however many there happen to be that want to continue.
Mhm.
And then you lost me at the end with the mathematics.
Oh, so there are 3 basic bits, right? You're correct. Give the current 8th graders and the lab school community the opportunity to put into place what they've been saying, right? Give them the assembly, give them all the recruitment efforts they can muster. Let's see what the actual data are. Do we have 6 kids that want to continue into lab school next year? Do we have 60 kids? Because in contrast, as being brought up, right? I think if we have 60 kids who say, no, really, now you know about this issue, we want to do this, you can't end the program at that point. I want to add in parents as mandatory members of the committee. The current proposal said get their input. I think we should definitely have a parent or non-school representative on the committee. And then, right, the last bit just says, I think it is premature before doing all of that to pause or end the program because you lose the basis and the support for putting into play. I think the committee's a great idea, right? I love this idea of getting feedback, but you want the best basis for that committee's recommendations to exist still, rather than to be cut off. And frankly, this isn't part of the motion. If the data now say, given all of this, and given that everybody in the district's aware of the issues, you get 8 kids, 6 kids from the 8th grade saying, okay, we're in, then we should stop it, because that isn't a program. But we don't know that yet. We need to get the data. Brittany, did you get the email?
I'm just putting this side by side, excuse me a moment.
I can send you those slides too if you like.
Well, I can, while we're waiting for the specifics, I would support the amendment to add the parents as not just soliciting, not just soliciting input from them, but actually being on the committee. I think that raises a legitimate point that we should have someone not employed by the school on the committee. And to raise the point that was raised in public comment about how the committee members are selected, I do want to ensure that there are people who do support lab school on the committee, because to that point, yes, if we fill this committee with people who don't like lab school, obviously that's going to go in one direction. So I would ask that the committee is made up of people who are involved with lab school currently and who support it. I think that is an important aspect of that.
I agree with Brenda.
I mean, I guess my question is exactly what's this, the resolution supposed to accomplish? Because right now, it's really wishy-washy. And if we add parents, which parents? All the parents, a parent representative, how are they gonna elect them? You know, all those things are not, you know, sort of dealt with in this. And then, you know, the data gathering, I mean, what form does that take? You know, I guess I'm not quite sure what it's supposed to accomplish. Is this just the committee that's formed would then gather this data and present it? Is that what it is?
So the current wording says, right, the committee shall be included but not limited to teachers, supervisors, councils, administrations, and a Board of Education rep. I'm just adding parents to that list. You need at least one parent on the committee. That's all.
If I could just add something from the prior committee, there was a parent rep, and they were responsible. So I took that as there would be a parent liaison, a parent rep. There were certain topics that came up that involved personnel contractual matters that they were not part of those discussions, but they were the liaison to go back to the parents and gather information and feedback and bring it back to the committee.
Sure.
So that's what I interpreted this to be, actually.
Sure, I guess my question is just how detailed does this have to be? In other words, is it left open to when it says parents, what that exactly means? Is it one parent? Is it a liaison? Or do we have to have that spelled out in the resolution?
I don't think we have to have that level of detail spelled out in the resolution, but I do think that we all are under the understanding that that makes sense, that there's a parent liaison who will represent parents, who will go back and have a meeting with all the lab school parents, you know, get their feedback and join the committee. And of course, there are certain things that are, you know, confidential, which parents shouldn't be involved in, but that they are a member of the committee. They're not just will solicit input through a survey,
Mhm.
because I can see how that could be read this way, and I don't think that's what anybody meant by that.
And is there more on the bottom? Are we missing something?
The bottom, just the core of the bottom says, while that committee is making recommendations and gathering data, keep the lab school in operation for the current year while that happens. That's what it says.
But I thought there was something about mathematics that you...
Oh, trying to avoid conflicts with mathematics. In fact, a lot of the kids take advanced math classes outside lab school.
I'm
Because
just
labs,
looking at the language up on the thing, I don't see anything about mathematics.
it's the very bottom.
Minimizing conflicts
You-
between lab school courses and core courses. And
Oh, Brittany, you've missed the last few words. And courses outside the lab school, especially foreign languages and advanced mathematics, is what it says.
What is happening over there?
I don't want to show them my emails, I have to send my email.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got this girl.
I would also would support amending it to include the reference to parents in there. Because I agree that makes sense. I'll put that out there right now. No, go ahead.
I think that data gathering is fine too. I mean, I don't have a problem with, you know, assessing because I think that the regardless of whether it keeps going right now or pauses, the level of commitment from the 8th graders will be a big, you know, portion of data that would be very important. So I would support the parents and having some type of data gathered from the 8th grade class as well.
It was just on page 2, sorry.
It's 11:51. Yeah.
I have to get up soon.
That's
You weren't the only one.
So
Are we,
In
so
the-
is the idea, I'm sorry, is the idea on the 8th graders that we would say to 8th graders, all of this is hypothetical, but in a hypothetical world, would you be interested in a lab school program?
We say to them, look, we're keeping this lab program going for the next year. A critical part of our decision-making about the future of this is to know about the interest. We need, the lab school community wants to tell us, and they may be right, if we put our backs behind this, we'll actually get 50, 30, whatever the number is. We need those data, yeah.
I mean, Frank, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead, sorry, I'm still.
No, that's okay. I mean, frankly, there's plenty of this that I agree with, but there's some that I don't, right? And there is some just about the drafting that is more than a challenge to do in real time. And so I'm wondering if folks would entertain the idea of, for the sake of moving forward this evening, voting on the amended resolution, which would include parents, and work to bring back a resolution for a vote that could either amend the existing resolution or be in addition to at a subsequent meeting, which is, by the way, which is next week.
I take the favorable intent. Given that it's next week, I'm not sure that we would need to do that.
That we need to bring it back?
Do we would need to vote now on the first part and then come back and do it again a second time?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. However, like, if we want to table this for now and,
Part of my concern there is, it's, I think, clear that the vote to adopt a committee absent any language about lab school continuing is seen, and may well be the case, of we're also voting to cut the lab school or pause it or whatever the term is. I don't want that to happen.
no, I don't think so either. I mean, thank goodness for YouTube, right? I think one of the things that we can do is say, one way or another, we want to create a committee. There have been concerns raised that, or we can call for a vote on that, right? That's what the resolution does. We can call for a vote and see if there's consensus on that. And we can say to ourselves and the world.
In front of the world, right?
Yeah, exactly, that this is a conversation that we could bring back for a vote. Also, I think that based on what I've been hearing, I would want to separate the two as separate resolutions so that they can stand or not, depending on where board members fall in a vote. So that would be my proposal. Add parents, move the first resolution tonight. And I would be happy to work with you and to provide feedback or anything else if your intent is to bring a resolution for our next meeting.
So if I understand, just make sure I understand correctly, you'd like to have the current, basically the existing proposal with the addition of the word parents.
Yes.
And then we commit that this is not in any way to be taken as a vote on the decision of the lab school, but that such a vote will be taken at the next meeting.
Or propose, I mean, like,
Proposal will be voted on,
we
sure.
will come back with, we will continue to work on a resolution for a vote. I don't want to,
That's fine.
yeah.
I accept that modification of my modification, whatever the board's formal language is.
Can I get, before we make any official determinations on this, can I get a reminder on procedure? If we are going to have another resolution on next week's agenda, what is our deadline for public notice and everything to indicate that, obviously recognizing things can be modified on the floor, what's the deadline if we wanted to get something out in the agenda?
I think it's 5 days.
Is it Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
Okay, so Friday. What are you up to tomorrow?
Teaching class.
Yeah, right, exactly. So that would be the timeline if we wanted to consider kind of putting these two things on different tracks.
I do think it makes sense to, go ahead and vote on the resolution about the committee that is on there
Yeah.
right now. I think going forward with that tonight makes sense.
Yep.
We first need to vote on the amended language, including the word parents.
Yep.
But then we could go ahead. And I agree, I don't think, I think trying to edit the rest of that,
Right now, it's not fruitful.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that they are two different issues, actually three different issues.
That's right, I see a couple of different ways this could go, which is part of the reason I didn't want to commit to like, oh, we'll bring back that specific, like, there are a couple different ways that I could see this going.
Other thoughts?
I agree. So I think we would move to add the word parents and then vote on that.
Yeah, so you move to, the motion would be to amend the resolution to include the word parent following, where do we put it?
Counselors.
After the word counselors.
Sure, whatever. It doesn't actually matter where you put it.
Yeah.
Put it first.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Sorry. I'm happy with that in the context of, right, that we are committing to have some form of formal board discussion, vote, approval, whatever, a yes or no decision on the proposal to pause, not pause the lab school for the coming school year.
But I don't think that we would be having, I think we would be having a discussion on a resolution.
Sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure
But
that
the
we're
such
in
a
agreement,
resolution
we're not
exists, yeah.
voting on, we're not voting on pause or not pause.
Correct.
We would be voting on a potential resolution at our next meeting, the language of which we don't have
Working
yet.
over the next 2
And
days, yeah.
perhaps the two of you could work together. But I think, yeah, I just want to make sure that that's clear, that we'd be voting on
On resolution.
potential resolution.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
We're in discussion. right?
We're in discussion.
Okay, fine.
All
Whatever,
in
I don't get
favor?
process.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So, Brittany, can we, I'm not sure if you could do it in real time, can you amend the resolution? If not, I can just,
I have it, we can just use this piece, right? This is the one to add
Yes,
the word
correct.
parent.
Yeah, all that
Yeah.
happens there is the word parents.
so just that piece. So, can I have a motion to, what am I even doing?
We
Sorry,
already
it's
did
getting
that.
very late. We
Yeah.
did that, we already did that. But
So
we need
approve the
to, a motion
modifications,
to approve the resolution as amended.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries. Okay. 7 is recognition of public comment on a non-agenda item. No. Not at all. I will list it. Item 8, future meetings and events. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting is on Wednesday, March 6th at 7 o'clock, anticipating executive session at 6. On March 11th, there is a facilities committee meeting at 5:30. The policy committee meeting is now at 6:30. I want to make sure that,
Is the times correct? Because we were,
I haven't gotten the okay to start facilities at 5, so that's the question.
oh, okay. I'm sorry.
The architects are coming, that's why we're asking 5 or 5:30, what works for everyone.
Okay.
So we'll determine that on email?
Yeah, just let Brittany know if you need to check calendars.
I'm like, I think so.
And then our meeting after that is on March 20th, anticipating executive session at 6 and reconvening to open session at 7. Seeing no need to go back into executive session,
Oh my gosh, it's exactly a minute.
could I have
So moved.
Second.
motion to adjourn the meeting? All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Good gavel usage.
I lost